Alright, I think it should be working. Ran into a few last-second issues right as I went to start the stream, so I posted basically, oh yeah, stream is starting, and then I actually had to run and fix a few things. One thing that is a little bit interesting that I noticed is Blizzard just changed their raid testing schedule, which has been something that has taken up a lot of my time today, because earlier in the day I was planning on doing this stream, and then suddenly Blizzard decided to post, oh yeah, by the way, in 3 days we're starting a Nubar Palace, or what is it, Narubar Palace raid testing for War Within. And I lead a raid testing group, so then I had to go scramble and message everybody and be like, hey, they announced it, and put up a sign-up sheet and get that sorted, and that was, fun. That was fun. So that took up, like, a good chunk of my afternoon, and then I literally am about to go start the stream, and Blizzard posts that they've changed the raid testing schedule, which, good, because they, for whatever reason, thought it would be a good idea to cram 4 mythic bosses into a single day, a single afternoon of raid testing, which they've never done before, and that would have been insane. Raid testing can get kind of exhausting. 1 hour of slamming your head into a boss and then repeat that twice. But 4 bosses? I was worried that people wouldn't be interested, and this is a lot more reasonable. It looks like they did something weird where, because they didn't want to do testing on 4th of July, which is kind of understandable, they just said, we're going to pack it all into 1 fucking week, or technically 2 weeks. But that's still ridiculous, so they added another week and a half, I think. Sounds like a normal day as a dev. Yeah, it's... I mean, I don't really know. It would have been bad if it was before. It's, I like raid testing, honestly, but 4 hours would have pushed even me. And a lot of the people who help me out with raid testing are like, on it. A lot of the people I know do it because they know that I need help, right? They know that I want to test the bosses and I need footage for raid guides and stuff like that. So because they want to help me out and they're like, yeah, it'll be kind of fun, they do it. But I'm pretty sure for a lot of them, if I told them 4 hours in an afternoon, they would be like, yeah, nope, fuck that, sorry. So this should be a little bit more manageable. But anyways, now that we're done talking about the random bullshit that I've had to deal with today, let's talk about the run. So, if you are just tuning in to this part of the speedrun, and you have not seen part 1, obviously if you're watching on Twitch, then, you can go watch that on YouTube later. But if you are watching this on my second channel on YouTube, the recording later on, which I'd imagine will be most people, and you have not seen part 1, I will include a link to it in the description. Part 1 covered 1 to 40, so this is the speedrun character right here. So I got up to 40. It took, as you can see by the timer, 6.5 hours, which is pretty good. I was quite happy with that time so far. And this part of the speedrun is covering 40 to 58. So when I started part 1, I said I wasn't really sure how long I was going to go for that one. From here on out, I am kind of scheduling blocks that we're going to do for each part, just to kind of separate things a little bit better. So we're going to do basically all of TBC 58 onwards in one block, all of Northrend in one block at the end, and because we only have 18 levels left until we get to TBC, I'm going to just do that in this part of the stream. Now, I have done a bit of additional prep and research in between the 2 runs. I haven't actually touched this character, but I kind of mentioned before that when I was going to start part 1, I did like cursory research on what consumables and stuff that I would want. And I mailed all that stuff over, and then I didn't really bother looking into higher levels. So yeah, X-Back blocks, pretty much. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. So what I did earlier today is I went and looked through the later levels, and I went and got like all the consumables and stuff that I will need for level 40 onwards. 40 to 50 I already kind of done, but I didn't prep any TBC or Wrath consumables and stuff like that. And I also didn't look at whether there might be special items that I could use. And I'm sure I'm still missing stuff, but I've sent over what I would consider to be like the bare minimum for like fancy speedruns. And I'm sure that I'll stumble upon more items later on that I'll want to incorporate into these runs. And as I open the mailbox shortly after logging in, which I will do very soon, then I will walk through what these items are and where I plan on using it. But just a heads up, so that when you see me open the mailbox and there's a bunch of new stuff there, Yes, I did mail that over. And whenever I do, like, future speedruns, where it's, like, you know, full 1 to 80 super optimized, the idea will be that all of that stuff will be mailed right at the start. So I would just keep that in the mailbox. What I'd probably do is categorize stuff, because, like, in retail, I could just dump it all in my bags and then go through it as the run goes. But here, I would probably send over mail for each level bracket. So I would have a mail titled 40 to 50 or something, and then when I hit level 40, I can pop over to the mailbox, get all those items, and that will make inventory management easier. But for now, we're just kind of sifting through it as we go. I think it's just a easier way to do it while I'm still figuring out exactly what I'll need and when I'll need it. You were dreading going through TBC while leveling before Chromie time? Yeah. Back in the day, like back in original Cataclysm, original MOP, TBC is pretty much where all of my characters died. Wrath too, kind of. But I had, like, I leveled a bunch of characters for fun, and I had something like 5 to 10 different characters back then, just sitting anywhere from, like, levels 63 to 72-ish. It was that range where I always burnt out on leveling alts and couldn't get through it. You're a Wrath baby? Yeah. I played since vanilla, but I started playing vanilla when I was 5 years old. So that was another thing, you know, when you're a kid, it's really hard to have, like, the dedication as, like, you know, a 10-year-old kid to sit down and do this leveling grinding. Like, I'd like to think that I have relatively good, like, patience and stamina these days, and I can get through these really long speed runs. Not so much when I was 10 years old. I could pretty much only level for, like, an hour or two at a time, and then I would get bored. I was also not doing things efficiently, so that made it feel a little bit worse. You always got to Wrath, and you were like, yeah, I feel that. Alright, let's enter world. I don't really have much else that I want to say, and I'll start the timer immediately, just because we want this to be effectively a continuous speedrun. I have a little bit of rested experience here, but it's not going to make too much of a difference. Alright, so before I get anything else, the Shield of Maradon, yeah, I won't be using that. So just get rid of it. I'm gonna toss all of this stuff. Actually, ooh, that's a BOE. Never mind, I want that. Yeah, should be fine. And then, alright, I mailed over a bunch of stuff. So, lots of consumables. Let's chuck Tender Wolf Meat out. With this stuff, first thing I'll do is I'll get all of the items that I'm going to equip right now, which is this stuff. So, because I just hit level 40 and now I can use plate armor, I am mailing myself over a full set of plate gear at the very least. Holy shit, wait, this ring... this ring's actually worse than the random dungeon ring that I bought. Or that I randomly got, I mean. Alright. I guess I'm not using that. Good to know. Actually, yeah, this thing's kind of nuts. Are the other rings that I bought actually an increase? I forgot that I had this thing. I didn't double check. 12 strength, yeah, that, okay. So, I will replace it eventually. Is Fairlina the go-to Cataclysmic server for Horde? I don't know if I would say it's the go-to server, but it is one of the better servers, yes. Leather armor kit. It's definitely one of the better servers to choose. 7 strength and 7 crit. There's a case to be made for the boots that I have being better, but I'm just going to equip this. We'll see. 5 strength, 5 crit. Yeah, I should do a shift compare. Shift compare, definitely. Yeah, that's an improvement. I can't believe I was still using those white bracers. We'll mail that back over. And yeah. And it's covered by my timer, but I didn't have any of those appearances. So not only do I get that gear for speedrunning purposes, but now I have a bunch of new appearances unlocked, which is cool. Let's just grab all this stuff. I've gotten a bunch of extra enchants because I'm not going to go through and, like, buy gear for every single few levels. One of the nice things about doing random dungeons is I should be able to replace a lot of this stuff as we go. The main reason I bought it for level 40, and if I were to level a plate class, I would do that too, is because obviously you get upgraded to plate, and that is a pretty sizable jump. So I would do that in the future, but I'm not going to do it for, like, level 45, etc. I have done that, however, for jewelry, because jewelry you tend to get a bit less often. I've also done it for shields, because obviously shields are very impactful as a warrior, and currently in Cataclysm there are no shields BOEs, or BOAs. So I've gone ahead and bought necklaces and shields. I should note that most of these were very cheap, so it may seem like this is really expensive. A lot of these rings and necklaces that you see here were like 5 gold. Some of the more expensive ones that I bought were like 50 gold, and that was on the like very high end, and it was usually only if there were no other good options. Okay, I'll add this stuff over here, and then here. On the off chance that I happen to get a shield that's better, I've gotten additional shield spikes, and then I have some level 71s. Obviously won't be using them in this particular stream, but like I said, I wanted to finalize all of the purchases right now. So that is higher level stuff. More Smoke Desert Dumplings. Going to use those over there at level 45. I'll just take this, put it here. Then that's level 70 stuff. So Onslaught Elixir I'll be using at 50. Insane Strength Potion at 50. And then Haste Potions. And then this stuff. Okay. So, took a little bit of time to sort through that, but this is pretty much all that I should need all the way into level 80. I don't think that I'm missing anything here. I think that just about covers everything. So what I need to do now is... what dungeons do I have access to? Because that's, what, 5,000? Yeah, the random dungeon bonus isn't... it's not great. And Scholomance at this stage is still old Scholomance, so it's, like, kind of slow. Yeah, I'll throw myself on a flight path, at least, because that much I know I'm going to do. So I'm mostly going to do Eastern Plague Lands, because that much that I know is pretty good. Dungeons... I guess it can't hurt to, like, queue for a dungeon, and if it's one that I want, then I do it, otherwise I leave. So I can't remember if Scholomance at this point has quests. I don't know if I've ever done Cataclysm Scholomance. It's kind of like Scarlet Monastery, where it's in this weird area that it is the old version of Scholomance with, like, the really weird layout and all the bosses, and it technically has quests, I think, because I'm pretty sure they added that to all dungeons, but I have absolutely no idea how efficient it would be. Maybe there's, like, a ton of quests. Because I know the mock rework Scholomance is relatively good, but that's obviously a completely streamlined version. Heroic Dungeon Queue will now follow the seasonal dungeon roster? Yeah. That seems like a pretty good change. It's also because, I mean, Heroic Dungeons are effectively the old Mythic Zero dungeons, so that's pretty good. Just do this before I forget. Sharpening Stones. My next one is at 40, okay. Or 50, I mean. Do I need to spend any talent points? No, we're good. I knew I was forgetting something. Before starting this run, again... yeah, this is defensive stance only. I was planning on going into the talent calculator and figuring out what it is that I wanted to do. There we go, got the health fix. It is actually amazing that they still haven't fixed that. One thing that I remember is that I think Revenge, when I get improved Revenge, will be pretty good. At this point, I don't really think it's worth being in defensive stance. Because, yeah, Overpower requires battle stance. And I believe it's, like, about as effective, especially because they're both single target. Overpower is, what, 91% weapon damage? This is... it's hard to say. 248. Uh... Let's see. So don't know what quests we get from this. It seems like Revenge might be good damage, even without the AoE components. I'll have to see. I'll set up defensive stance in between this dungeon and the next one. I should have a little bit of time to do that. For now, I'm just going to stick with this. It's like, I really need the damage, if we're being honest, though. Dialogue shortbow. I don't think I need any of that. Just read on all of it. Pretty sure you don't need, like, the chest for anything. Yeah. WASD or mouse to move? What do you mean, mouse to move? Like, we talking like Diablo point and click, or, you know, turn with your mouse? I'm not a keyboard turner, if that's what you're asking. I think that everybody should make sure that they're not keyboard turning in a current year. Holding left and right click. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking, yeah, turning with your mouse, everybody should be turning with their mouse. Keyboard turning is objectively bad, but, I mean, the most effective way to move is a combination of the two. Just using your mouse or just using your keys will always be bad. You should be using both. I usually like strafe and stuff with my keys and then do camera turning and whatnot with my mouse. It's definitely the way to go about it. Words. You meant like moving forward. Oh. Yeah, moving forward, I usually W, I would say. But depends. Sometimes I will use the mouse. Just hold both buttons. Like here I'm holding both, here I'm hitting W. Like, that really doesn't matter. It's basically exactly the same. Under here. Thanks for answering your dumb questions, no problem. Hello, Bruckendum, good to see you. Sorry, I'm trying to slow on reading chat today a little bit, because I am trying to focus in dungeons. It's one of the reasons why it's always stressful doing dungeon leveling, because I have to, like, actually pay attention, especially when it's something that I'm not completely familiar with. Well, this wasn't the way that I was intending on going, but looks like everybody just kind of followed me down this hallway, so we're just gonna clear this way. It's kind of fine, whichever direction you want to go. This actually gets us more trash, so kind of nice. No stress from you. I appreciate that. Okay, this is definitely a boss where I should be sundering. I don't get fucking parried by everything. Jesus fuck. Oh my god, I just cannot fucking land any hits right now. This is painful. Now I'm stunned. Alright. Lovely. Yeah, I think managing to find, like, any BOEs that have hit or expertise on them for, like, really efficient speedruns would be massive. 11 strength? Pretty sure that's gotta be better than what I have. But it's... ooh. It's male, so actually... I'm pretty sure at this level I already get the, if you use plate in every slot, you get a bonus. Pretty sure that's level 40. Yeah, I'm wrong on that. Yeah, I definitely know there's a bonus. It's plate specialization, right? And I think maybe that's under general. And that gives you like 5% additional strength if you're wearing all plate. But maybe I don't get that until much later. Oh, it's level 50. Okay. There it is. Do this, actually. There we go. Oh my god! That's rare, right? I'm pretty sure that's very rare at this stage. Just gonna make sure nobody needed it. No, everybody greeted. I fucking won it. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's one of, like, the... not, like, the hyper-rare ones. That's not, like, Digmaster whatever. But that's, like, a fairly rare Oldemon BOE. And we're already at the point where the, drop rate has been nerfed to fuck. So, man, Oldemon is a very long dungeon. This is definitely only worth doing a single time, because doing this place without the quests is, not even remotely worth it. When do I get new glyphs? 50. Okay. I can make do until 50. Do... here. This way. It is kind of ludicrous how much damage Prot Warrior does at this level. Like, I know that I have consumes, but they're not making that much of a difference. A lot of this is just Prot Warrior being Prot Warrior. It's actually fucking crazy. Because I don't think that other tanks at this level are like this. Like, Prot Pally definitely is not. It doesn't have nearly this effective AoE damage. Blood DK, I'm sure, would do insane AoE at low levels, but obviously they can't start at level 1. I know that Feral Druid can do reasonably good AoE damage, but I don't know what level they're able to do it. It might be one of those things where they don't get like a lot of their really good AoE until higher levels. Have to try it out. That would make things a little bit weird, because like realistically you want to get tank queues, right? And Prot Warrior, I'm pretty sure that it's safe to say they are the most effective low-level tank, by far. Though I think, like, realistically, if you were to get, like, a super-duper powerful Ret Paladin, they could probably do more AoE damage at this level, and their survivability would be good enough to tank, but then you run the risk of getting people who are like, oh, why is the tank in DPS spec? Even though it literally doesn't matter. So that could be a little bit tricky. I'm still unsure what I'll end up using for super fast speedruns. It's kind of weird because, like, obviously Druid Flightform is still a major advantage in this version of WoW. But it's only an advantage for 60 to 80. Well, 60 to 85, I suppose. But for the purposes of the 1 to 80 speedruns that I'm doing, really just 60 to 80. And in that context, I definitely need to sunder this guy. Okay, the mage does really good single target at least. And I'm just gonna execute him down, ignore the rest. Rock Pounder. You're leveling a Ret Pally? Yeah. A Ret is very nice, for sure. Nothing special. Then I'm sure there's a way to speed this up. Where do I turn in the discs again? Wait, Obsidian Power Core. Oh, I missed a boss. Oh, shit. Fuck, I forgot. I should get Devastate now. And can I solo the boss? I'm gonna try. There's honestly a good chance that I may be able to, given how powerful Prot Warrior is. Shit. I thought I was missing something. I should move this somewhere. Oh. I definitely want it to be, like, closer. Just don't have enough room on my, my bars for all this stuff. This should be fine, I guess. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Like any healing potions? Don't really want that. Remove monolithic bow. Let's try on these guys first. And I should probably be in defensive stance. So that'll give me a good chance to set that up. Realistically speaking, to make this work, I would need to heavily use Victory Rush. Like, it's not too bad. Okay, let's go to defensive stance. And then what am I missing? I think it's just Devastate and Execute at this point. Yeah. Okay. Have any food that I can eat? There. I'll use that before the boss so I don't need to do any healing or anything. How much rage is revenge? Yeah, that's relatively good. I should also go into this with full rage for the most part. But there's like one or two more mobs that I need to kill. Don't really feel like doing a 5-mob pull like this. Okay. I do have defensives. So, if needed, I can rely on that. I should pull these mobs out. Okay, consume that. Want to make sure that most of my rage is banked. Heal. Okay, wait, never mind. This is fucking easy. Holy shit. Yeah, there was no question. Would have been a good opportunity for the dungeon to throw me a bone and be like, hey, here's Papal Fez because you're trying to solo a dungeon. That would have been a nice little surprise. Oh, I can only use Execute in battle stance. Okay. I see. Yeah, no reason to put it there. I mean, I can't complain. I got monolithic bow. I'm gonna go turn in these quests. Nice, there's a map. It's unfortunate that I can't teleport out a dungeon, because if you teleport out a dungeon when nobody else is in there, I can use Swiftness Pot. It'll just kick you out of the instance group. But it's not that long of a run. I may as well kill some trash mobs while I'm going. Come on. Did not mean to... Okay. Fine there. Oh, forgot that was there. So at this stage, I guess, what dungeons would I really need? Probably worth requeuing just cause, but... I think I just need... Like, Warpwood Quarter wouldn't be the worst thing ever. It's an okay dungeon. There's decent quests. I remember it being, like, a little bit annoying. So what does my damage breakdown look like? Yeah, cleave, rend... Okay. Yeah, don't really need any of this stuff, so I take highest vendor value. Cool. Nah, not leave instance group. The moment I land in the flight point... So you know what I could do? I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna log into one of my alt accounts and price check that bow on my server. Second. Okay, let's... I'll check. Oh, I need to make sure I'm on the right account. I think I'm on the right account. I'll turn off background volume so you don't hear it twice. Okay. And where are the auctioneers in this place? Monolithic bow. Sells for fucking 8.5 thousand gold. Holy fuck. That's like more than a fucking WoW token. What the hell? Alright. Well, fuck, I'm glad I did Ultimon. Jesus Christ. About tree fitty, yeah. Wow. Okay, yeah, I was right. It is one of the rare BOEs. Now, I'm pretty sure Papal Fez and Pendulum of Doom and stuff, those are probably like 200k or more. But... I mean, 8k in Cataclysm Classic? I would gladly take that. Okay, let me make sure I picked up all the necessary quests. You thought Classic Inflation was much worse? Nah. It's not that bad, honestly. Things tend to even out. Like, Classic Inflation in Vanilla was definitely very bad. But It's gotten to be relatively okay, balance-wise. Hmm. My memory on this stuff is fuzzy. Last time I did Eastern Plaguelands was like 3 years ago. So I generally remember the layout of the quests, but some of the exact details elude me. Oh yeah, what do I get at this level? Capital Gardens. What is Capital Gardens? Is that Prince Tortle Theldrin? I wish they would just say northeast west. Like that everybody knows. This is Armory. Alright, eat the 30-minute. Okay, we'll head up there. I don't really want to do dungeons at this level anyway. Basically, I'm just fishing for Dire Maul. If I happen to get it, cool. And unfortunately, Armory is rough because that's one where I literally can't... I can't even do the kill first boss and then go. Alright, so I need control runes. Which I think are off these mobs, the Shadow Mages. Maybe not. Either way, I'll kill a bunch of stuff while breaking the ziggurats. And I'll get stuck on the wall like a dumbass. There we go. Okay, so it is off those. Then break one of these disseminators. Nice. It's honestly so nice now having, like, relatively good muscle memory of a lot of the classic quests. Because that has been one of my biggest issues so far with Classic. It's like, whenever I'm questing, everything 1 to 60, I just have no fucking idea. And I'm gonna have to relearn TBC a good amount. Northrend, I haven't done a lot, but... Oh, right, there's that thing. Yeah, I haven't done it that much, but thankfully, Wrath Classic did make me a little bit more familiar with that. And the dungeons, at least, I'm a lot more familiar with. Thanks to those expansions, but... Generally speaking, the quest progression was something that I just didn't fucking know. And that made efficient questing really hard. It's one of the reasons why I really haven't bothered doing classic leveling guides. And probably never will for, like, original classic. I don't know. Unless they do, like, a classic re-release or something in the far future. But even then, like, we kind of already have that figured out, so I don't even know if it would ever be worth my time. I considered doing it specifically for SOD because I figured there might be some slight changes with leveling, so I was like, oh, I'll look into it, see if I can find, like, the most optimal way to level, and then it just turned into, you know, spam incursions and boring shit that I just have no interest in optimizing. Before I forget... This. Let's see. So after these, I mostly need plague bats. But then I know that there's... Oh, and then there's the, Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have picked up the Battle of Darrowshire, I think it is, quests. Because I'm pretty sure that I would have gotten partial credit for doing a lot of the stuff here. You know, that's not an increase. Just grab whatever. As I go, I'll clean my bags. Don't need that. Don't need any of that. And... Ish the Unmoving. I have no idea if these rare spawn things are accurate. I'm not sure. It has been... Yeah, the rare mobs in this zone, I really don't know. That's another thing that I would need to figure out if I were to do speedruns for this, at the very least. Like, which rares are in the Cataclysm revamp zones that I haven't really done a lot? Because obviously those are important, and... somebody just went through here. In Silverpine and Hillsbrad, I'm very familiar with it. That actually really fucks me. Was hoping that they would be, like, about to fight it. But no, they already cleared this place out. Which case, I guess I just go pick up the Darrowshire stuff. And I can kill plague bats as I go. And this zone in particular is a really weird one. Because there's a reason why I don't include Western and Eastern Plague Lands in my routes usually. So the thing about Western Plague Lands is it has a decent amount of travel time early on, really throughout the entire thing. That's less of an issue here, so I still think it's worth doing. And there's really not much else that's good at level 35. So I think it'll be fine. But just compared to like a lot of the other zones that you could do, especially with flying, they're not too bad. Joseph's Hunting Blade, that one I remember. Pamela's Doll. Is that still, you have to combine the halves of the doll you find in here? Poke around and see. Maybe they're all outside. Oh, no. My instincts were correct. Jesus Christ. How many pieces do you need? The head... I can't remember what you need for this. That guy's probably gonna pick that up. No? Oh, nice. Right side, left side. Okay, so they're all in this room, then. I can't remember if it's random or not. Questy doesn't have any markers for this. So I had to do that off memory. But I'm fairly certain that that's all there is for that. And then... this one I remember. That can contain a pet, I want to say. I forget which pet it has a chance to be. I think it's... is that Mr. Grubbs? I vaguely remember that there's a pet like that. from something here. I want to say that's from the hidden stashes. Get that. And... right, then it sends me back there. So I assume that paladin is the one that cleared out the troll, so I think I can go back there and it should be respawned. And then I just need to get the head and kill plague bats. The respawn rate on plague bats doesn't seem to be super good. Slowly working through my coffee. I don't really know how long this is going to take, this whole stream. There we go. Nice, it's back up. I'm hoping it doesn't take a super long time, because it is relatively late for anybody who is watching the recording and stuff and doesn't know the time when I'm doing this right now. It is currently around 10 p.m. my time. So like I said, I wasn't able to do stuff earlier because Blizzard dropped raid schedule on us at the last second. I had to figure that out. And I'm still scrambling to get everything coordinated. There we go. And there's still a lot that I need to do later tonight. Because I have been extremely busy this past week. Put myself on auto run really quick. I'm adjusting my headphones. But I've been really busy during the week, so I actually haven't had a chance to cap Valor. So my Blood DK still is missing like 400-ish Valor. And that means that after this, I am going to have to go and do that. I mean, there's other stuff that I'm missing as well. Like, I kind of feel bad that I haven't done it yet, but I still haven't even gotten Exalted with Dragon Maw. I at least did Therazane for, like, my shoulder enchant, and I'm at Revered with Dragon Maw so that I can get my Helm enchants. Guardians of Hyjal had the best epics for me, so I did that first. But ideally I should also get Ram Kahen at Exalted, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do that. Heroics these days are kind of a pain. I ended up in, like, a Grim Battle from Hell last week, and that actually made me just not want to finish doing Valor. Like, I was going to do it earlier this week, and then I got that Grim Battle, and it was just awful. And then I just didn't really want to keep going. So I was like, yeah, I'll do it later in the week. And also, raids give a decent amount of Valor. But, like, I've been saving Valor thus far because I wanted to see, like, what dropped. And now that I have 2-piece, and we're, like, finally starting heroic bosses, I figure it's probably time to actually spend Valor and get my epics from Dragon Maw, etc. Which, yeah, it's... I also still haven't maxed tailoring, which is... yeah, well, I haven't maxed the second profession at all, and I've chosen tailoring for that for the Sword Guard embroidery. But yeah, it's... I don't know, I've been... I don't want to say that I've been slacking on my Blood DK, because, like, slacking implies that I've been, like, lazy about it and just haven't done it. And when really it's like, whenever I get free time, I go and I try to chip away at it. I've just been so fucking busy. Oh, nice, rare. Okay, so it looks like, in that case, the rare scanner thing is probably accurate. I remember early on in Cataclysm it wasn't accurate, but I suspect they've updated it now. So then I'll just trust it. I should go turn in Battle for Darrowshire. Because that thing over there is part of the follow-up quest. So I want to make sure that I can do it. The only thing is, I'll kill 2 more Plague Bats because I'm pretty sure I get a follow-up to kill the Plague Runts, like the dogs. So I think I do this first, and then go. Have I been streaming my Death Knight stuff, or am I doing it in private? It's been in private, really. I mean, it's not interesting, honestly. Like, I mean, there's not much to stream, really. Like I said, it's not, like, terribly interesting stuff. I'm doing just, like, random heroics, crafting, tailoring stuff, right? It's, really not riveting gameplay. So, there's just no real reason to do that. Heroics especially, because a lot of times, like, if I get Grim Batol, most of the time, I'm just gonna leave it, and then AFK for 30 minutes. Which is why I want to make sure I get my random heroics started early, because I'm not doing Grim Batol. It's just a fucking miserable dungeon, because people just don't know the mechanics, and every single time I've tried to tank that, it's, like, I try to explain the mechanics to people, and nobody has any fucking clue what they're doing. They all tunnel, and then we end up wiping. Or the amount of times when I've been in Grim Batol and I end up the last person standing on multiple bosses. Like, basically, I left a Grim Batol the other day, that Grim Batol from Hell. We didn't finish. I left the group on Draga Shadowburner. 3 times in a row, we wiped to people killing, or not killing the fire elementals. The final one was like, just, it broke me. Because I had explained it very clearly. After the first wipe, I gave a brief explanation. After the second wipe, I very clearly explained, fire elementals, you need to run away. If there's a link to you, go in the opposite direction and we will kill it. And on that pull, the Holy Paladin gets a fire elemental on him, and it spawns right next to me, and it tethers to him, and he literally runs towards it. Not only does he just not stand there, right? Which, you know, you should move ahead of time. He literally runs at it, sprinting full speed, connects with it as I'm still standing next to it. It explodes, it one-shots him, it brings me down to like 1% or something, and then I got finished off by, what's it called? Words. I got finished off by the boss, like, hitting me with something, and then I died. And that, like, I mean, I wasn't about to do that again. It was the most insane shit that I have ever seen in this game. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. How? How are you so incredibly stupid that when somebody tells you the only important mechanic on this boss is to run away when the fiery line is connected to you, and you interpret that as, I'm going to run closer to it and wipe the group? People just can't fucking do Grim Batol. And I'm over it. I'm tired of trying to do that dungeon with pugs. So, like I said, I just leave, and then I get the 30-minute debuff and just suck it up. That's a mood, yeah. Yeah, it's... Most other dungeons are fine, but, like, the thing about, like, most other Cataclysm dungeons is, generally speaking, a good tank can handle all of the important mechanics. Or it's just not really that difficult for most people to figure out. Like, I'm trying to think, what dungeons would even be tricky? Oh, Dead Mines. Actually, yeah, Dead Mines is another auto-leave. If I get that one, I just leave the group instantly. But Dead Mines, like, the entire dungeon is just fucking terrible. Like, Halls of Origination has some mechanics, but, you know, tanks can deal with that. Stonecore, same thing. Like, Ozruk can kill people, but I can kind of solo that fight. It's not hard. Final Boss has some mechanics, but also not hard. I can solo Dragon Boss. Shadowfang Keep I usually leave, not because it's difficult, but just because it's, like, way too long. Rest are fine. Yeah. Like, Blackrock Caverns, Lost City, Halls, Stonecore, Vortex Pinnacle, Throne of the Tides, I'm fine with all those. The unfortunate thing is I tend to get Grim Batol a lot, so that is, rough. There's the other one. Oh, okay. But yeah, I need to do that. I need to get my Blood DK caught up. Because, like, it hasn't been a big deal, because we full cleared normal. And I don't necessarily think that I was the reason that my guild failed to kill heroic Halphus Wormbreaker, because we had, like, 3 people missing, including 2 healers. and we only managed to pug one healer, so we were doing it with significantly less people than you normally have. Extended Annals of Darrowshire. Where do I get that? Oh, I just talked to Carlin Redpath. Alright. And this is what I was talking about earlier, of I should have done this first, because the quest to get the Resonating Skulls, you do it here. You kill its Scourge champions. So, I knew that I was forgetting something. Yep. Hindsight's 20/20, now we know. Oh, right, and then it can turn into fucking bone dust. Could be fine, I think. There's, like, decent mob density here. But yeah, I don't think I was the reason that we failed to kill Halphus Wormbreaker, but I do wonder if, like, if I had had those extra upgrades, could that have made the difference? Probably not, but considering we're now actually wiping to bosses, I definitely don't want to, like, be holding anybody back. So, I want to make sure that I'm, like, doing everything that I can to upgrade my character. It's just been really difficult. Like, I've been saying for a while that I really was looking forward to raiding Cataclysm, and I am. It's just Blizzard really fucked me with the timing. Like, I desperately want to be playing Cataclysm. There's a lot of times where I'd rather be playing Cataclysm than, like, playing Mop Remix, for instance. But I need to play Mop Remix. On that note, I'll say again, I put out a post on this second channel about it. Or, well, I say this second channel because whenever people are watching this in the future, they'll be watching it on the second channel. And I put out a YouTube post, basically like a call for help, because I am trying to attempt, I guess I could say it. It's a speedrun. I'm being a little bit vague on exactly what. Oh, nice! I got the skulls that I need. That was not too bad. I don't want to like exactly spell out what I'm doing, but I am trying to do like a speedrun thing that I think would be very cool. And I have a feeling that a lot of people would be interested in helping with that if they knew, like, what it was. So I've been, like, advertising it, asking for help. I've got a few people who've reached out, but I still need more. And preparation for that has consumed a lot of my spare time. And I have, like, a few miscellaneous Mop Remix videos that I want to make. Like, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get my priest to, like, 10k-ish threads. And then I'm going to make a follow-up video on my guide, just quickly going through all of the achievements that you can get for very easy threads. Maybe, actually. I don't know if I'll do that. I might just make, like, a Discord post about that. That's something that I'll definitely do, because people keep asking me that. But I might just do, like, a write-up somewhere, because I don't know if that's worth, like, an entire video. And what else was I gonna say? Place in the Darrowshire town center. Battle for Darrowshire, I believe, is not worth it. So I should abandon. This I can also abandon. This is 5,000 experience. And yeah, it's like a really long roleplay thing. Argus High Beacon. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure that that Questie's lying to me. And I'm pretty sure that I just hop in here. Right, I need to disable Leatrix Plus. But yeah, one video that I definitely am going to make at some point, like once my priest gets 10k threads, which it's relatively close. Also, it is crazy how, like, in Effectively 1 hour, my warrior has only gotten 2 levels, which feels really slow. Yeah. What else? I don't know. Maybe this isn't it. What else could I do at this level, though? Outside of just spamming dungeons, which I don't really think would be much faster. The problem is, I do know, like, I am worried, but at the same time, I'm well aware of the fact that quests here are very backloaded. A lot of the good quests in Eastern Plaguelands are towards the end. The first bit is pretty slow. I'll definitely want to go to Fellwood. Thousand Needles is a possibility. Thousand Needles, I feel, is just maybe not good enough, though. It's, like, really spread out. Obviously, there's, like, a lot of roleplay with the caravan stuff here. But I'm pretty sure this is the last actual caravan ride. This, actually, no, there might be one more caravan ride after this. No, this is the final one, I think. We'll see. It's abandoned battle for Darrowshire. And my bags real quick. I really don't know if Ultimon was actually worth it, because that ate up, like, a pretty big chunk of time for what amounted to relatively low experience. Like, I feel like at that point I should just mob grind. Oh, shit. Can't even do Ultimate Man anymore because of Woke. It's always a higher chance to get Grimbatol, yeah. With everything you have to try and remember, it's gonna be normal to forget shit, yeah. I try my best, but it's definitely, it's tough. Let's see. Got that a little bit. Okay. This quest, I can't remember. I feel like this one is actually not that bad because there's, like, pretty high density of all of these little fish. Hey, is it evading? What the hell? But the main thing about Eastern Plaguelands, which is why I'm continuing with it, even though it feels a little bit slow, is this subzone, the Tyr's Hand or whatever, is maybe one of the most efficient subzones in the entire game. I remember being, like, amazed at how good the quest density is. So that kind of makes up for how slow everything else is. Just because it really picks up and you get, like, a massive burst of experience towards the end. The only problem is it's, like, the end of it is a week. There's a reason, obviously, why this is not included in the actual, like, retail leveling route, but it's not bad, and especially considering I don't have fantastic options right now, I still think it's worth. It also gets you to Badlands after? Yeah, but, I mean, it takes a while to actually get there. I mean, I'm not going to Badlands, for the record. I know the Badlands isn't terrible. It's like an okay questing zone. But I'm pretty sure that I want to do Felwood instead. It's been a very long time since I've done Felwood, though. The only issue is it's like, for Ungoro, how do I get there effectively? Like, realistically speaking, I would want a portal to Dalaran. But there's no real easy way to get to Dalaran on your own. Is that... I think. Yeah, that's one of the problems with a lot of these zones. And not having, like, not having the ability to take portals and whatnot. There's, like, no consistent portal room. Coagulated rot. That's 7 pieces of living rot. Yeah, honestly, I have no idea what I would do to efficiently get there. Like, if I had a summon, sure. And maybe I will do that, just because, like, that is so much more effective compared to anything else. And, like, realistically, if you're trying to get to, or not Felwood, sorry, I'm talking to Ungoro. But if you're trying to get to, like, Ungoro, the best way by far would be to get a summon to Tenaris and then run. Or, portal to, Dalaran. And, like, literally just ask an Orgrimmar, looking for a portal to Dalaran, and I'm sure that there would be, like, a mage who would be able to give you one. So, you know, I'll probably just use my mage. Oh. Somebody in my guild just said Valor is seasonal starting Tuesday. Did they just make a blue post? Hold on, if they did, I'm gonna read it real quick. Let me just quickly double check. Yeah, there is a new blue post. Okay. Hold on, let me read this real quick. Darkmoon Fair schedule. Darkmoon Fair is available every 2 weeks instead of once a month. Wow, that's... Huh. Can we get that changed to retail? God damn, that's actually really nice. Valor points will behave like Conquest, and the current weekly cap will be replaced with a rolling seasonal cap. If you've missed any Valor points in previous weeks, you'll now be able to catch up from those weeks. Wait, that's nuts! That's nuts! Alright. Fuck yeah. I'm glad they made that change. Did I get the items that I needed? No, I still need headwear. Yeah. I will say, credit to the Classic team, one thing that they have been good about is whenever players request major quality of life fixes, they've done it. I mean, it's the reason why we've gotten so many, like, WoD-era quality of life changes. Oh! Yes! Yes! Fuck yes! Oh! Yes! See, I didn't say it out loud, but, like, in the back of my head, I was thinking, I should check the, like, the reason why I went up here is because there's no quest up here. But in my head, I'm thinking, there's got to be a chest in one of these buildings. It feels like the place you'd find a chest. And I fucking knew it! Oh, God, I have such a good fucking nose when it comes to chests. Like, I can just sniff them out from a mile away. What are these? Elven Spirit Claws. I probably don't have that appearance, but I don't know if it's worth anything. Uncommon Blizz W, yeah. Yeah, one of the nice things is, think about this, like, playing the long game, right? So, Darkmoon Fair every 2 weeks. Right now, nice, another rare. Right now, Darkmoon Fair every 2 weeks, like, that doesn't really matter, because if you're unfamiliar with how it works in Cataclysm, it is the modern Darkmoon Fair, but the carousel and a lot of, like, the really good stuff that we use for leveling, that was not added until MOP. But Mists of Pandaria is when basically, like, the modern leveling standards, almost all of them that we've grown to be used to, are going to come into play in MOP. That's when, like, we'll need to start using Darkmoon Fair buff, and that's invalid target. What? Oh, it's Plague Ravager. Yeah, that's when all that stuff will come into play. So, while this change doesn't actually matter right now, in like a year, what do you mean invalid target? What the hello? I'm so confused. Okay. Is this quest bugged? Am I just really misunderstanding how this works? I must be misunderstanding this. Do I need to use it before they... Okay, yeah. It literally says, from the body of a plague. That implies that it's dead. Alright. It's just the quest text being fucking shit. That's an uncommon Blizzard L with a quest. Dungeons are available again. Razorfen Downs is good. It's not the new Razorfen Downs, but the old one is still relatively fast. The problem is, you know, I don't really want to get Ultimon again, and I don't want to have to leave, so I'm actually just not going to queue for dungeons right now. And, like, is it worth it? Because, like, okay, realistically speaking, when I get to Felwood, I'm going to want to just do that to 50 anyway. So I might as well just do this, and if I get a good dungeon, then sure. If I get a bad dungeon, then whatever. But yeah, that Darkmoon Fair change is going to be huge in MOP Classic. And we're going to look back and be like, oh my god, this random patch in Cataclysm actually made speedrunning so much better in MOP Classic. I'm already excited. And honestly, like, the more that I think about it, while I'm still going to do plenty of these speedruns to, like, test Cataclysm leveling, and I will put out the 1 to 80 guide, I'm probably not going to do extensive Cataclysm speedruns. Fuck, I forgot to click it. I'm not going to do, like, extensive Cataclysm speedruns just because it's, like, a lot of the really big quality of life stuff that I've been looking forward to doesn't really come until MOP. So, also, it doesn't help that right after I'm done making the Cataclysm guides, we're going to get, like, War Within stuff, and I'm going to have to do all that testing anyway, so I wouldn't... Oh, nice, Razorfen Downs. That's actually one that I wanted. I wouldn't really be able to do all the Cataclysm testing that I wanted until much later in the year. Like, around Firelands and stuff, and who knows. We'll see, though. Maybe they might do, like, Joyous Journeys or something, but definitely I'm going to make the guides, and then we'll kind of move along. I think I vaguely remember the layout of Razorfen Downs. I don't remember the quests, though. I don't... I'm trying to remember the next time I'm supposed to swap something. I think I get a new necklace at level 44, so I need to remember to swap that soon. And... what else? My next food is at 45, and I think I have a new consumable at 45. Jesus Christ, it really makes you loot things a lot. Yeah, I really do hope that one change we get later on in Cataclysm Classic is AoE looting. There's no reason why at this stage we shouldn't have it. Alright. Got my Victory Rush proc. Nice. A little bit sketchy there until I got my victory rushes off. But then it was kind of smooth sailing. And then there should be a boss in the next room. I think? Maybe not? Maybe I'm misremembering things. But I do know that I want to pull this Necromancer. Probably need any of that stuff. And I know I missed a few messages earlier. Let me try to go up and remember. You noticed a lot of evade bugs in Cata so far? Yeah, definitely. You're working on a Twink level 20 and you have a main remix DK if I ever need help. Yeah, so for the remix thing, I mentioned this in the post, but if you are interested in helping out, I have multiple spots open. Should probably talk about that a little bit more here, may as well. But yeah, basically right now, for the remix thing, the main thing that I need, so if anybody watching this has a character that they could use, is I need a level 20 Monk Twink. It doesn't really matter whether you're Brewmaster or Windwalker. I don't really care too much about that. All I care about is Monk. Really need one. And it's for the other level 20s, right now I have a Demon Hunter level 20 who's able to help. I forget how this quest works. Do we have to escort him back to the entrance? I really hope not. What is the Scourge of the Downs? Oh, it's complete, but I need to make sure that he doesn't die. This seems like it gives shit XP, so I hope I'm missing something. This might also be like a come back after the end of the dungeon and do it angle. But yeah, so I have one Demon Hunter, and I need a Monk, guaranteed, for sure. So that is like a guaranteed spot for anybody that has one. And okay. After that, like, I have options. So, effectively, like, what I can say is, like I said, it's a speedrun. And part of it will, like, obviously, this should not be too hard to figure out based on context clues, will involve heroic dungeons with level 20s. And for that, I will definitely need a monk for Touch of Death in certain cases, and I will need a Demon Hunter for Demon Hunter skips, and the third slot is kind of flexible. Honestly, the third slot doesn't even necessarily need to be a level 20. Technically speaking, the other slot didn't need to be a level 20 Demon Hunter. Like, you can carry on a really high investment level 70, excuse me. But I happen to have somebody willing to help who has a well-invested Demon Hunter, and the Monk would need to be level 20. Because realistically, unless somebody had, like, an insane cloak on a level 70, they wouldn't really be able to reliably Touch of Death the stuff that I need them to Touch of Death. Which is why we need specifically a Monk, because there's nothing else that matches Touch of Death in certain cases. And while, like, the speed for every single one of, like, the better specs kind of averages out over time, if you're going to build, like, a comp, which that is kind of part of it, effectively, I guess I could say that much. Part of the run that I'm looking to set up is I'm trying to basically put together the best possible comp to do heroic dungeons. Like, what is the theoretical BIS comp? And obviously, like, in this speedrun, one of the 5 slots would be my character. Another would be a level 10 to anchor us out of Stormstout Brewery. That would be mandatory. I did that in the 1 hour, 10-minute run. And the level 10, that one, like, technically speaking, anybody could do, but I already have somebody who I know is going to do that. Because I have a friend who, thank you for following Potehu. I just noticed that. At least I can kind of recognize the name. That one's easy enough. What's it called? What was I saying? Yeah, so I have a friend who hasn't really played Remix at all, but they want to help out, and in order to get them to help out with, like, some other parts of it, they would need to, like, actually be playing, but the level 10 thing is easy enough that, like, literally anybody can do. Also, unless this quest gives insane experience, this was not worth it. This is, like, such a massive time loss. Holy hell. But yeah. It's, like, it's easy enough to get somebody to, like, make anchor level 10s to keep you out of Stormstout Brewery. That isn't going to require much effort at all. So I'm going to have somebody for that. And like we said, we had the 1 Demon Hunter and need the 1 Monk. Looks like you're going to be making a Monk. I mean, hey, yeah, if you want to create a Monk for this, because, like, I have yet to find somebody who really has, like, a high investment Monk. And the nice thing is, actually, for a starter edition, that wouldn't work. But, yeah, I don't want to, like, fully explain some of the miscellaneous roles, because right now, Plague Maw the Rotting. So there's, like, an entire boss from here. What was I gonna say? Yeah, we need the Monk, so if you want to keep it under wraps if you need to, yeah. Well, it's just, like, the level 20 Twink thing, I'm not too concerned about that in particular. Because that is, like, easy enough. Cure the Scourge. Did we not do anything special for that? He, like, just disappeared. Huh. Weird. Scourge of the Downs. Yeah, he just vanished. Do I need to turn it back in? Does it matter what server? I don't think so. Probably not. But if you're creating, like, if you're creating a starter edition account or whatever specifically to help with this, then I would say if you want to play on Horde Zul'jin, that might be safer, because that's what server I'm on. It shouldn't matter, but just in case. Well, oh, yeah, true. What Dosakuva said, it needs to be Horde. So it cannot be Alliance. That's another thing. Cannot be Alliance. We turn this back in here? No, he's gone. Okay, I officially have absolutely no idea. Needs to be Horde, yeah. If you want to message me afterwards, I can explain a few more details, because like I said, the level 20 Twink thing, that is pretty bread and butter. I've already done something like that on stream, so I'm not, like, too concerned. There's nothing strat-wise that is really much of a secret. Like, it should go without saying that the reason I need a Monk is for Touch of Death, the reason I need a Demon Hunter is for Demon Hunter skips, and the other spot doesn't really matter. And the whole, like, level 10 thing, I've already clearly demonstrated that. That's not too special. So I'm not, like, too concerned with people knowing that part. And what I will probably do is we're going to do, like, a few practice runs once we have the full level 20 team, like, set up, put together. And we're going to figure out kind of what we still need. If there's a chance that I will need a second Demon Hunter, I'm not entirely sure, because, like, if we look at it from the different dungeons, for Scarlet Halls, you only need 1 DH. For Scarlet Monastery, you don't need a Demon Hunter at all. It's just completely linear. Monk also helps for those. Temple of the Jade Serpent is the weirdest one. Temple, the only reason I think I might need a Demon Hunter is... what I might do is have, like, 2 Demon Hunters scale the wall at the start while the Monk goes and kills Wise Mari, and then 1 Demon Hunter stays in the courtyard, clears the trash for Lou Flameheart, and then kills Lou Flameheart, and then they should be able to both hit Shoved Out. If 1 Demon Hunter is able to go and reach Lorewalker Stonestep as quick as possible, like, scale the wall and then Chi-Ji down, that could be a time save. It might be faster to just run to the right, I'm not sure. But if they can do that and we can get all bosses, that would be nice, because then I can do the quests in Temple of the Jade Serpent, and that's just 1 more boss per dungeon. That would only really matter if you could reliably kill Lorewalker Stonestep in the time that it takes everybody else to clear the rest of the dungeon, which should be around 30 to 40 seconds. More like 40. I doubt we're going to get, like, a perfect speedrun on one of these. But 40 seconds, I think, if you got to Lorewalker Stonestep really fast, would be maybe just enough time. And if we need to wait, like, an extra second or 2 to kill him, that's fine for the amount, like, at least for 1 run. I don't necessarily know if it would be worth doing on repeat speedruns, but it could be nice. Also, if you are... yeah, it might be faster to just run to the right. In which case, Demon Hunter wouldn't necessarily be mandatory. You need at least 1, because obviously, in order to access, like, the Shoved Out as quickly as possible and Lou Flameheart, you need 1 Demon Hunter. You need Demon Hunter for the Scarlet Hall skip. And Scholomance, there's a skip to the final boss that we would need 1 Demon Hunter for. The only thing about Scholomance is I'm not sure if you can access the earlier bosses ahead of time. Like, technically speaking, maybe it would be possible for somebody to access, like, Rattlegore as like, one person is doing the Lich into Jandis Barath. So if we have people fighting 3 different bosses at the same time, and then, like, the person who kills Rattlegore finishes off Lillian Voss, that would be really good. That would save a lot of time. I am not sure how realistic that is, but that would also require 2 Demon Hunters, I think. And Demon Hunter is just good. So, like, theoretically, I think that would be the optimal setup. And while that would require 3 DPS, because, you know, technically Windwalker double Havoc, because we have the speedrun character, which the speedrun character, I don't think the class really matters, so I could pick, like, Monk, which would allow me to play whatever role, and then the level 10 character can cover either tank or healer, so that would be fine. So we would still be able to get guaranteed dungeon queues no matter what. We wouldn't need to worry about that too much. So I'm fairly certain that if you have a group of 3, Double Havoc and Windwalker is ideal, which is why I've been saying that I prefer that. But I think the time save from having a second Demon Hunter would be extremely marginal. So if I can't find one, then so be it. It's not the end of the world. I'm not too concerned about it. And that's why I've been asking if somebody else has like a high investment level 20 that they would potentially want to use, let me know. And like, so I know somebody, I have 2 Holy Priests that have volunteered. I have 1 Guardian Druid that has volunteered, and like a few other miscellaneous ones. So those are all options if I can't find a second Havoc. And the thing about that is, all of those people that volunteered, so this is why, if you're interested in helping, feel free to reach out. Even if, like, I don't end up using their level 20s, they're still willing to help in general, and there's, like, miscellaneous jobs that I could have them do. Like, I just talked to somebody earlier today who didn't really have a high investment level 20 or a really beefy level 70, but I explained to him one of the miscellaneous assignments that I'll need for the run, and I was like, would you be able to do this? And he was like, oh yeah, totally, I can help with that. So even with like no level 20, no level 70, I found something that would be really useful that this guy was able to do. And the job that I gave him, that's one of the things that I'm not going to specify, because that is like, that involves one of these super duper secret strategies that I'm keeping under wraps until we're ready. But once I was like confident, I explained the basics, and I'll let them know as we get there. The main issue with Lorewalker is the RNG on the story, because the Sun story takes longer. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess we'd have to see what we could do. Oh, we'll get Temple of the Jade Serpent multiple times, Tori. So we could, like, go there early, and if we get the Sun story, we just skip. And then we hope to get the other one the second time. Because it doesn't really matter, right? Yeah, if we get Sun story, we're probably not going to do it anyway. So that way, we only really need it once for the quest completion, because that's what makes it really efficient. So we'll see. We can look into that. Can hit you up in Discord? Yeah, for sure. I should also note that if you are planning on creating a character for this, like if you want to help and you want to create a character specifically for this on like Zul'jin and stuff, before you make the character, message me, because there's like important specifications for that. Technically speaking, like I'm willing to accept people who already have a character created who are able to help with certain parts, but there are a few very special conditions for some of the characters. Again, super secret strategy stuff, so I can't explain it here. And I should note, by the way, if you're watching this like on YouTube or whatever, and you aren't interested in helping, but you're very curious as to what it is that I'm talking about, I should just teleport out and back in. This will all be revealed in due time, right? Nice. Rare mobs up. So, if you're wondering, what is like the super duper secret strategy, I will let you know. Also, it looks like we missed a quest. Where's Tutankash? Belt of Tyrannical Rule. Oh, that's an upgrade. Okay, I completely missed that. Apparently we had to ring the gong in that one room to summon this guy. That seems good, yeah. Okay, they both left. Yeah, the spider boss. Normally I'd skip him, but because it's the only thing blocking me from completing this quest, I might as well do it. Fucking shoulders. Game really likes giving me shoulders. I should be able to solo this. Especially if all these give me Victory Rush. Yeah, they do. Oh, we love that. Okay. Decent experience, too. I'm level 44, so I should be able to equip one of the necklaces that I got. Yeah, this one. Wow, that random necklace is actually quite good. This one's better, though. More kill XP without him? Fuck it, yeah. I should be fine here, I think. I really doubt this will be an issue. That said, if I can't block because they've got me in a weird angle, that's actually quite bad. Jesus Christ. Can I stop parrying, please? Oh my god, I'm dead. Jesus Christ. Never mind. Never mind. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. Wow. Those mobs absolutely shredded me. And that quest was also a waste of time. Yeah, this was a great big fucking waste of my time. I'm gonna be honest, dungeons kind of suck ass. Like, that was a long time for basically fuck all in terms of experience. That cannot be efficient. Like, what do I even have access to now? Strathholm main gate. Oh, yeah. I really want to do Strathholm. Long time for even less efficiency. Yeah, I'm just ignoring dungeons. The boss cocoons you? Maybe it does. Yeah, I had no idea. So I'll take your word for it. Wish there was an RP skip for the Lorewalker Stone Step boss. Yeah, that would be really nice. Let me see. Let me scroll up. But yeah, so to finish what I was saying with the whole like speedrun thing. Yeah, we would want an optimized group. And like I said, I would ideally want another Demon Hunter, but I will make do without one if needed. I forgot to use the item. Rough. Alright. I will swim speed pot. And yeah, so that is what I need for the level 20 part of the dungeon at least, and then obviously for raids, which will be featured in this run, just like in the 1 hour, 11-minute run, that I need level 70s for. And I'm not entirely sure how many level 70s I will need. And one of the other things that I'm not sure about is, like, I have a really, really, really geared level 70. Oof, lots of fall damage. Technically, if I had lined myself up, I could have used that to, like, propel me in the direction of where I wanted to go. But yeah, like, I have a level 70 character. The idea behind this speedrun, like with, I probably don't have the appearance for this. I was correct, I did not have that appearance, so. Just learn it before I vendor it. It's like, oh, well, I was correct, it is Mr. Grubbs. Hey, Goose Comics, good to see you. But yeah, for this, like, type of speedrun, kind of like what I did with the 1 hour, 10-minute speedrun, the goal would be for me to not be playing any of the other characters. Now, because that 1 hour, 10-minute speedrun, I basically just threw it together at the last second. It was one of those things where I had the idea to put it together. I messaged a few people, said, hey, do you want to do this? And we got enough people for it, so I was like, all right, cool. Let's run this. I get another shield really soon anyway, so I'm not going to waste a shield spike on this. Yeah, in 1 level. But yeah, I messaged a bunch of people, we got it put together, and then I did a lot of the setup for that run. So I was playing both the character that was getting boosted and the level 10 anchor. I was on my other accounts with warlocks, forming the groups for Mogushan vaults and stuff, while also giving summons out to my characters. So I had to keep like swapping between tabs to get everything put together. It was a lot of work to do all of that stuff. And that ultimately loses time. I don't really think it lost that much time. One of the things that lost a little bit more time than the other optimizations that we'll be making is I had to effectively form the Mogushan Vaults group from scratch. And that was partially, you know, I didn't have time to plan ahead, but I also intentionally didn't plan that ahead because I wanted to leave it as a thing that people in the stream could join in for. So we had like a full group of 10 for Mogushan Vaults, and I think we did Heart of Fear. Can't remember. And I had, you know, people just put a note, say that they're watching the stream, and they joined in. And for runs that I'm streaming, I think that's a fun way to do it. That way people get to join in, participate and stuff. It's a nice way to handle it. Boral Gore and Moss Flare Eyes. I don't think I want to turn that in right now. I'm pretty sure that I should go to Lights Hope Chapel first. Did I get the flight point? I can't remember if I did. Okay, I did get the flight point. You think that's a solid way to do it? Yeah. And for that run, for sure. But I spent like 5 minutes getting the like every single raid set up. So I lost about 10 minutes just doing that and getting people from the stream and whatnot. And obviously, if you were to optimize it, you would have people ready to go. Like, raid groups would be preformed, and the people who would be doing the raids are different than the people who are doing the dungeons. Because that was another thing. When we did the dungeons, Dosakuva in chat here was helping with both the dungeons and the raids. So after we stopped doing heroic dungeons, I had to summon my to summon my boosting character, and I had to summon him over to Mogushan Vaults. And then after that, we had to go and like reform the heroic dungeon group, and that of course took time. So if this was to be done perfectly, we would have different people for every single assignment, which is why I'm looking for so many people. Because I need effectively one person assigned to every single raid. Well, more than one person assigned to every raid, but one person for like summons and stuff like that. And we need a dedicated raid team. So I would need like a team of 5 people at the minimum to clear out the normal raids. And they would have to be completely different people than the ones doing the dungeons. And that way, when we're doing the... How do I do this? Trial of the Crypt. Oh no, I have to go into the crypt down below. It's not here. So when we are doing the dungeons, I would have one group, a group of 4. And I wouldn't even be the leader of that on my character that's getting boosted. Probably I would have the level 10 player be the leader. We would have to see. Actually, no, probably not them. I would have somebody else do it. And then, like, the moment I log in, they send me an invite. And I get invited to the group. Then we do heroic dungeons. When it's time for Mogushan Vaults, we do that. And I would have the Mogushan Vaults, or, well, the raid group I would have for, like, all the people doing the raids. They would be at Mogushan Vaults, and they would send me an invite. And then I would get immediately summoned, and they'd already be waiting at Mogushan Vaults ready to go. That way we wouldn't need to do any, like, setup or anything like that. Your Hearthstone was right next to Mogoshan Vaults? Oh, okay, perfect. I didn't realize that. That likely ended up saving a little bit of time then. But yeah, we would have different people assigned to each of those. And then one of the jobs that I mentioned in the YouTube post that is pretty obvious is like something that we would need. So like, I'm not worried about saying that is we would need people helping summon. So obviously we would have the main raid at Mogoshan Vaults, and then we would want to have somebody helping summon for, well, rather two people helping summon for Heart of Fear and like Terrace the Endless Spring and stuff. So that would be important as well. And you obviously don't need to have a level 70 or a level 20 to help summon. So that's why I said, if you're just interested in helping out and you just want like some role in this speedrun, because I think the whole thing will be pretty fun to put together when it's finally done. But if you just want some job, something that you think would be interesting, you can always be a summon helper. It's not the most glamorous role, but every little bit counts. I need a summon helper just as much as I need a level 20 to boost the dungeon and level 70 to help with the raids. So every little bit will count for that. So that's the kind of stuff that like I need help with. And that's why I said I need multiple people. And then, as I mentioned, there are some super duper secret assignments that I think people would be interested in. That goes beyond just being, you know, the people who summoned to Heart of Fear and Terrace the Endless Spring. And those should be interesting. Apparitions of Bone. Let's go and do those quests first. Have I spent all my talents? Yeah, the next one's at 45. Secret, you say? Yeah. We'll see, we'll see. I trust you, Goose Comics. What I will say is this: if you want to know ahead of time, you specifically, Goose Comics, because I already know that you at least are trustworthy. If you want to help with the run, I can tell you. Otherwise, you'll have to wait to find out. But if you do want to help with that, then I can let you know. You don't have a Trinker geared 70, but you can help summon? Yeah, I mean, if you want to. There's still, like, a few little things with the summoning stuff that, if you do want to help with that, let me know ahead of time. If all you want to do is, like, the basic, like, summon stuff, that could work, but there's a few things that could make it a little bit easier. So, like I said, let me know. Like, shoot me a message on Discord if that is something that sounds interesting, and I can give you a little bit more details on that. Slide in my DMs, yeah. Anybody is welcome to. Yeah, and again, if you are interested in creating a character from scratch from that, like if you already have a character and we end up having room and you just want to use like a character that's already been made and stuff, that's fine. But if it's something where it's like you're making a character from scratch specifically to help in this speedrun, then let me know first, because there's a few bonus details that I could help with. And in addition to that, what's it called? In addition to that, obviously, if you want to play it on your own server and stuff, that's fine. But it might be easier if you make it on Zul'jin. And it has to be Horde. So just to make sure that is completely reiterated, it must be Horde. Those summons are just as important, though, with a speedrun. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's why I said every little bit counts. Like, the level 20 stuff, like I said, more flashy. But all of those things combined contribute to the final time. And the other thing that I'll note for that type of stuff is it's, I'm a little bit flexible on the timing. I don't know exactly when the final time will be, like when we sit down and actually do the run, right? Obviously, we'll have to schedule something where everybody will be available, so I'll try to find a good time for that. And for the final scheduling time, the priority will obviously be the main like level 70, level 20 boosters. What is going on with my mouse? Piece of garbage. Alright, 1 second. I really need to get a new mouse. Direction. Which is plus and which is minus. God, this thing is garbage. Okay. Alright, do we want to work now, mouse? Do we want to stop randomly losing connection? Yeah, there we go. What was I saying? Yeah, so for the final time, it would be perfect if everybody can make it. But the priority will obviously be making sure, like, I'm going to find a time that all of the level 70s and all of the level 20s are available. Because, obviously, the run cannot function without them. And they are irreplaceable. So, what I'll probably do is for the summon stuff, I'm going to try to make sure that we have, like, backups for that. So that when we finally do pick a time, if, like, one of the summon helpers isn't able to make it, we'll still be able to get all of that stuff. But ideally, we should be able to figure something out. And leading up to, like, when we finally do the speedrun, I should also note that it's not going to be for at least, like, another week or two. Because I know some people were worried, oh, am I going to have to get this ready for, like, tomorrow or something? Like, no. This is a good ways off. Because I still have a lot of War Within stuff that I need to do. Nice. Rare mob. I have a lot of War Within testing that I still need to get done. And that's not going to be done overnight. So, like, next weekend is going to be purely War Within testing. Frankly, this entire week now with raid testing. And it would most likely be over the weekend. Because, generally speaking, the weekend is when most people are free. Duh. I'm obviously not going to do it, like, during the week in the middle of the day, because most people are at work. But within that time, I honestly have no idea. But when we do eventually settle on what day the run would be, I would give people, like, ample heads up. I don't know if it would be a full week, but it would be, like, at least a few days. And because it has to be on the weekend, like, it's obviously not going to be this weekend. Gotta do it Wednesday, 2 p.m. Yeah. It's not going to be this weekend, obviously, as I said. At the earliest, it might be, like, the weekend after next weekend. So basically, might do it here. And I think a more realistic time to shoot for would be, like, 29, 30. I could also do it, like, late at Friday if, for whatever reason, that really worked for everybody. Personally, my schedule is very flexible. A lot of stuff works for me. I don't really mind. It's just that I know the weekend is really when most people are free. So I don't want to... I'll go turn this stuff in case there's follow-ups I forget. So I don't want to put people in a position. Yours is really open too? Awesome. Yeah, and then for individual parts of the run, like, obviously the heroic dungeons for levels 10 to 25 at the very least, I would want to do a lot of test runs with the entire heroic dungeon group there. That way everybody is familiar with their roles and stuff, but I can do that test with only those 4 other people. So for practice, I would just need to find a time that works for everybody, and then we would go. That's a very good trinket for this level. I don't think I'm going to use it, but it is quite nice. If I didn't have heirloom trinkets. I should also... There's no follow-up, so... Flight path to Light Shield Tower is the one that I want. Looks like I also have this flight path if I wanted. You're on medical leave from work? Nice. Should be a lot of free time then. But yeah, we'll see. There's other stuff, like, obviously the summon people. The summon people still have an important job. It's less impactful practice, right? So, the summon people likely won't need nearly as much time to practice their job helping summon compared to the people doing the dungeons, but I would still want to do, like, cursory practice just to make sure they understand. So every single person who is participating in this, I will do some practice sessions with just the relevant people for that segment, effectively. So by the time I'm ready to do the speedrun, I will have practiced every segment. The people who are participating in each segment will have practiced their end, and then once we've gotten all that practice done, I'll set a time, and we'll do the full run. And I'll obviously make this clear, but while it would be awesome if we just one-shot it, and I get, like, everything goes perfectly on the very first attempt, there's obviously a chance that that doesn't happen, so I would want to make sure that people are aware that, like, when we're doing it, if something goes wrong, we would want to retry. And the problem with that, though, is unless, like, if the issues go wrong really early on with heroic dungeons, then we could just restart immediately, because, you know, nothing lost. But if we run into, like, a major issue midway through the run, we would probably need to do it, like, another day, and then I would just postpone it. I'm hoping that it doesn't come to that. I'm hoping that we do enough practice that's kind of why I want to do the practice runs ahead of time for each segment. That way, when we finally sit down to do the run, boom. One shot, everybody already knows their jobs, we go in, we get it done. But it is inherently unpredictable, you never know what's going to happen. So there is, of course, a chance that something goes wrong, completely out of our control. You jumped off a roof at work so you can stay home too? Oh god. How did you end up jumping off a roof? What made that happen? It's a mob just as part of the quest. And there we go. You're going on 6 months of free time so far. Yeah, that's very nice. Hopefully it's not a serious medical issue, because then it's, you know, not so nice. That would be unfortunate. But medical leave, as long as it's not like a debilitating illness, is nice. I still need one more... Oh, never mind. Forgot there were 2 of them in that pull. Alright, now I need Borrelgore. You got pneumonia in January, and it made you lose your voice, and you have breathing issues. Oh, fucking hell. Well, I had pneumonia as a kid, but thankfully it wasn't that bad. I was in the hospital for a while. I missed, like, a month of school, but 6 months? That sounds awful. Do not envy you there. Especially not being able to take a hot shower without an inhaler. Yeah, that sounds rough. While I'm up here, I should be able to do the Zul Mashar quests. I also wonder... Is it worth doing... that? It's probably worth doing the quests up here. There's also a flight point, yeah, so I could just go back. And I believe there's a rare mob up there in the Moss Player area, so I'm going to run all the way up there and see. I also have a feeling that there's a chest somewhere around here. Just seems like the type of place where there might be one. I'm like 99% sure that while doing archaeology here once, I found a rare, so like, it makes sense that there would be one here. Ah, yeah, and the graves have more mobs for me. Whew. Okay, yeah, revenge is actually nuts. That does so much damage. Lung issues are bad for you because when you were born, your lungs didn't fully develop and there was a hole in them. Oh, damn. Had to be put on steroids and your lungs are scarred from that, and you were a dumbass and picked up smoking, which you've now almost kicked after 20 years. Nice. That's good, yeah. Yeah, smoking is, well, I'm glad that you finally kicked it, because I definitely agree. Smoking it's not a good habit. It is one thing that I can thankfully say I have never done. I've also, I mean, I know a lot of people are going to immediately think I'm, like, a boring person, but I don't really care. I have literally never done drugs. And, like, I don't even say that as, like, drugs are bad, okay, type thing. Because, like, I have a lot of friends who do drugs all the time. Like, I have friends who smoke weed all the fucking time. And they are, like, always high. And I don't really give a shit, right? Like, I have no moral objection to drugs. I just have never done it. Well, I do have a moral objection to, like, hard drugs. Because one of the reasons why I've never done them is just because I have had friends who have had drug issues before. And I've also, I mean, I've never really had the urge to try them. It's never been one of those things where I've been like, yeah, I really want to just try drugs. And I've also never just been in a position where that was something that I was, like, encouraged to try or peer pressured to try or whatever. It just never came up. But at the same time, it is, like, as I've grown older, it is something that I've kind of actively avoided just because I have seen the issues that some people have with drugs, people close to me, and it's freaked me out, right? So I just, yeah. I know that there's a very big difference between, like, that and people who just recreationally smoke weed, but as a result, it is something that I have just tried to avoid completely. I don't even want to put myself at risk. The only thing that I have done is I've had, like, some alcohol. Not even that much. Like, I had, like, vodka once or twice in college, and I hated it. It was like, I drank it, and I was like, this is disgusting. And when I was in Brazil, my cousin got me to try some, like, very light alcohol at some bar that we went to because my one of my cousins, she was on a TV show in Brazil. I always butcher the pronunciation because it's hard to say. It was like Malhassal or something. She was on, like, a soap opera, and she had, like, a singing career for, like, a few years. She was really good. I think she's gone back to college and stuff now. You know, a lot of that stuff, especially, it's hard to really keep up years later. But she had, like, a singing career. She had, like, multiple published songs and whatnot. And like I said, she was on, like, a Brazilian TV show. So she had a performance at, like, some bar one time when I was visiting. And then while I was there, my cousin was like, you know, we got to get you to, like, start drinking, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah. I had, like, some alcohol there. But generally speaking, I'm not one for any stuff like that. Is this rare? That sucks, dude. Yeah, definitely sucks to hear. Where's Duskwing? Over there, it looks like. You smoke weed constantly, you're high damn near 24/7. Been leaning more towards edibles since pneumonia. Yeah, I can definitely see why that would help. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things where I don't have, like, any personal objection to it, I guess is probably the right way to describe it. But it's one of those things where I have always been really worried about stuff that, like, impairs... I know it's going to sound like really... It's the first thing that comes to mind. Like, I don't mean to sound, like, pretentious or whatever, but my mental faculties is, like, the first word that comes to mind. And I know that sounds like, you know, really over the top. But that's, like, genuinely what I'm thinking. I don't want anything to change the way I think. Like, the idea of having to, like, apologize for something that I did that is, like, completely out of character for me, but, like, I was drunk and I did something stupid or whatever. Oh, nice. Like, I never want to be in that position. I never want to feel like I was not in control of my actions. And as a result, I've generally speaking shied away from any sort of drugs or alcohol. I also just, like... and the thing is, addiction is obviously, like... like I said, I know people who have battled with addiction. My stepmom... previous stepmom, not current stepmom, but when I was a kid, I had a stepmom who was extremely addicted to alcohol, and that was an experience. Obviously not gonna tell all the stories because some of them are borderline abusive and they're not really things that I want to dredge up right now, especially on a stream that's meant to be fun. But that whole experience also really turned me off the idea of alcohol, so yay, childhood trauma. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, I've never really had the drive to do it. And, like, I can live with coffee just fine, so why do I need anything else? What do I need for this? Is it just 2 more mobs? Yeah. If there's one good thing that came out of my childhood, though, it's that I got to meet my sister, who at the time was my stepsister, who is now my adopted sister, so, like, officially by law, she's my sister, which is cool. Because... I mean, I basically grew up with her, and she always stops by the streams and says hi and stuff like that, so I have a very good relationship with my sister, well, my family in general, but not my previous stepmom, who, unfortunately, my stepsister, or now actual sister, also doesn't really get along super well with her, but that's just, because she's not necessarily a very lovely person to be around. That's so wholesome, yeah. It's definitely nice. It's why, like, you know, my dad, right, who, obviously, like, I went through some shit, but my dad went through way more shit than I ever did in that situation. But he's always said that, like, he doesn't regret being in that position because, you know, obviously, because of it. We have my sister now. I want to approach this. I feel like I should go do the rares, because rares are actually just insane XP. That's just worth doing. And most of them are up, so, like, if that rare mob is up, it's genuinely worth the detour. And it's like, it might be worth it to just not take the flight path and just walk to check Death Knight's Soulbearer. Also, I do want to reiterate, by the way, just to avoid confusion in case, like, I ever say this in the past. So, when I mentioned my stepmom, I mean previous stepmom when I grew up, my dad has since remarried, and my current stepmom is awesome. So I want to make sure that if I ever bring this up in the future, or mention my stepmom in the future or something like that, There's no confusion about like, oh, isn't the one you said who's like a really awful person? Two different stepmoms. One of them is completely cut out, and the other one is awesome. But yeah. Let me scroll up a little bit. Have you ever seen the back of a $20 bill on weed? What's so interesting about the back of a $20 bill? What makes it different if you're smoking weed? Of course, drug talk and you get hit with ads. Unfortunately, I have no control over that on Twitch. Mike's Hard Strawberry Lemonade is the bomb. You know, can't say, but okay, I turned in all the quests up there. I'm gonna stay in Eastern Plaguelands for now, just because these quests are all really good, and I still haven't done the hub down there, which is really, really, really nice. But we'll stay here, and we'll do Fellwood afterwards. I'm pretty sure that I get a quest for Ixlar the Underlord from the follow-ups down there. Okay, I'm looking for Death Knight's Soulbearer. Ah ha ha ha! He is up. Perfect. It was worth checking. And yeah, how much does this give? That's 5,000 XP? Alright. That's like one quest. Maybe that isn't necessarily worth it for a major detour, but that's still really good XP. There's one more mob, okay. And then check the houses for chests. And let me scroll down and read again. You're not an alcohol fan, it's gross, and then if you get drunk, you just feel like shit. You want to be mellow and chill, not crying because you got too drunk and are puking, yeah. Thankfully, I never had enough to drink where I've been like that, but I had enough to drink once that I woke up and, like, you know, my head felt fuzzy. And I'm just like, okay, I definitely don't want to do that ever again, and I definitely don't want that to ever be worse, because it already felt like yuck. This mob is back. Out of the Ziggurat. What is that? Warlord Threshin. Oh. Well, I just went up there before. I wish I had noticed that before. Could have done that at the same time. Yeah. That would have been worth doing if I had noticed. But I'm not going to go all the way back up to the troll place just for that one quest. Stepmom versus step witch, basically, yeah. Yeah, the whole evil stepmother thing really just depends on the person. Some stepmothers are great. Some stepmothers genuinely are fucking evil. I have experienced both sides of it. Jesus Christ, the knockdowns here. Oh, the mob that I need is back there. How many do I need? 4 more? We can just round these guys up. Taking a lot of damage here, actually. The one thing that should help is I'm still using like a level 19 shield, which this thing is insane, by the way, Redbeard Crest. When I was looking for other shields to replace this with at higher levels, there's genuinely very few shields in the game better than this one for like 30 levels. More like 20 levels, but still, it is crazy overstated for a level 19 shield. Don't really need anything. Goodwin's Prayer Book. I wish I knew that the request that sent me up there. Maybe I will do Warlord Threshin. What shield do I need? It's 1. And then I believe that there's other things at level 45 that I can equip now. For the necklaces. Oh yeah, I already equipped the necklace. But I have a level 45 ring here. That is slightly better. And I think that's it for now. Is there any other consumables? No, most of my new consumables... Oh, food. Right, there's this. I actually should be doing that. Get rid of Rumsey Rum Black Label. Just throw that there. And the next stone that I'll need is at 50. So I'll drop that. You're a genius and you've been trying to figure out how to make sure your kid never does drugs. I appreciate it. I don't know if I'd necessarily say I'm a genius for not doing drugs, but I can understand that being like a challenge for parents and stuff. I guess that's one thing that, you know, my parents never really had to worry about. I've always been, yeah. I mean, like, I wouldn't necessarily say that traumatizing your kid when they're young for drugs and alcohol is necessarily a good way to go. And obviously my parents didn't do that intentionally, right? A lot of that wasn't even them, you know. But it is effective. Gotta say, this is definitely feeling a little bit slower than I thought it would. Leveling definitely slows down a lot towards the end. The downside is having seen others affected by drugs, yeah. Yeah, thankfully, in most cases, it's had, like, a happy ending. I mentioned this, in one of the recent remix runs, but in the few cases where I did have friends with drug problems, they actually ended up okay in the end, so that was good. Oh, shit. I should be fine. God. The non-stop polymorph is gonna be the death of me here. Ziggurat Bonfire. Oh. Jesus. Okay. And I got a chess piece. Well, that was definitely worth doing, I think. I didn't realize that it was a double quest, but now we know. That would have been even more effective if I had done it with the other stuff. Yeah, I feel like I haven't been super efficient in West or Eastern Plaguelands because I'm not as familiar with it as some other zones, but it definitely seems like it is fast. And I think one of the main reasons why leveling has taken me so long compared to, you know, what I expected is that dungeons are just shit XP. I genuinely don't understand. Like, I saw people on Reddit arguing about, like, you know, what the fastest way to level is in Cataclysm, and so many of them were saying dungeons are fast. And it's like, I see this a lot in retail too. And I genuinely wonder, like, how these people play the game. Any reason for the swing timers? There are... Technically speaking, I should be paying attention to it because I don't want to be interrupting my auto attacks. If I can delay it for like a split second to get like a hit off, it's worth doing instead of resetting my swing timer. Especially for Warrior. It's nowhere near as important in Cataclysm. And what's the Silver Hand? Ride Fiona's Caravan. This one. Yeah, this I'm going to abandon, actually, and then I want to fly to Light's Hope. Light paths are so cramped. Be back soon. Good luck leveling. Thank you. Yay, caffeine, yeah. You're not one to badmouth someone's mom, but she made her bed, now she can lay in it? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to, obviously I don't want to go into detail, but there are very few people in this world who I genuinely hate. There's a hell of a lot of people who I generally dislike because of various reasons. But hate is like a strong word. I may use it hyperbolically, but like if I sit down and think like really like hate, who do I hate? There are very few people, and she is definitely one of them. I also think there are very few people who are genuinely just, like, abjectly terrible people, and, like, they can't really do a single act of good in their entire life. I guess I could probably turn that in later on. Also, one thing that I absolutely despise, and this applies to everybody, but it's also true in this case, is people who weaponize religion. It's also like, I don't talk about it a lot because like religion is something that, you know, is a tricky subject to navigate. But I think I've mentioned a few times that I am personally an atheist and I don't believe in anything. That's not to say that I don't respect people who have religious beliefs. Like my dad, for instance, is still, you know, he considers himself Christian, and so does my mom, and like they don't really go to church, they're not active in that stuff, but they still fully believe in that stuff, and I don't. And without going into detail, I've either personally directly experienced religion being weaponized against me, or seen religion weaponized against people way too often to really respect it. And I feel like, regardless of my personal beliefs, right? Because I think it's one of those things where whatever you want to believe in, right? More power to you. I don't judge anybody for their own beliefs. But I often find that a lot of the people who I've met that are the most, like, extremely religious are some of the worst people, like, genuinely worst human beings I have ever known in my entire life. Because a lot of them are just objectively really shitty people, and a lot of times they will do grossly just terrible things, and then they will justify their actions because they have religion on their side. And, like, how could they be a bad person? You know, they believe in God, right? And the other thing is, unfortunately, you know, there's obviously a lot of historical precedent for that. You know, it's not just one or two individuals that I have met in my life. It's like I grew up having that happen to me, and then you know, during my history class, I'm like, oh, the Crusades. Oh, okay, so this is just something that people have been doing with religion for all of fucking recorded history. Great. Yeah, I really don't think I want to be religious anymore. So, but it hits a little bit different also when you are personally directly a victim of that, and a victim of somebody who believes themselves to be like self-righteous because they are a very religious person, and they are just abjectly one of the worst human beings you have ever encountered in your entire life. That's rough. Don't care if you have one, just don't shove it down people's throats. Yeah. And, like, that's the thing, right? I don't like when people are, like, overly religious, and, like, shoving it down people's throats is one thing, but that's not necessarily what I'm talking about. It's like, I am talking about, like, the holier-than-thou attitude of, like, without obviously getting into the things that my stepmom did, doing some of the most disgusting things that I've ever seen, and then basically, like, judging people for not going to church. It's like, well, you can't get mad at me that I did all of these absolutely abhorrent things because, you know, you're not a Christian and you didn't go to church and whatnot. And I go to church every Sunday, and therefore I am a good person. And it's like, oh my God, you are going to burn in your theoretical hell, you piece of shit. Yeah. So that was frustrating. It's also like, it's one of those things where when you're a kid, it's kind of hard to understand, right? Because, like, you know, it's hard to really, you know, believe, like, oh, hey, the person who is, like, the most religious person I know, who is teaching me all of these religious things, is saying and doing things that objectively just contradict all of the things that you're being taught as a kid. And, you know, trying to understand right from wrong can be a little bit tricky. I'd like to think that I managed on my own. But it's also... God, I know I probably shouldn't really be talking about this. But personally, one of my biggest issues with religion is that I feel that a lot of times people use it as a way to supplant their definition of right and wrong. And I believe that we as, you know, good human beings should be able to look at something and just objectively say, like, this is the right thing to do, right? Like, you shouldn't not be an asshole to somebody because God's going to smite you if you don't. And, oh, you're going to burn in hell if you do XYZ thing. You should just not be an asshole because being an asshole is bad. And you should just know that, right? It's, there's like a really good Bo Burnham song, kind of like that. About, like, you know, you shouldn't do XYZ thing because it's a fucked up thing to do, not because God told you to, right? And I love that song. But stuff like that, where, like, and again, this is why I always feel uncomfortable saying this. I'm not trying to say, you know, religious people all are like this, because there are, like I'll always give the counterexample of my grandmother. My grandmother is, like, one of the sweetest people I know. She is extremely religious, and, like, I've even kind of explained some of this stuff to her and explained some of my thoughts on this to her, and, like, she understands and she agrees with me. And as somebody who is, like, you know, an elderly, she's like 80 something years old, and she's, like, extremely religious, goes to church every Sunday. But I've had this same conversation with her about how I feel like a lot of people abuse religion and why I'm personally not really religious. And, like, she gets it. And despite the fact that she is a very religious person, she's like, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. And she personally believes, right? And she, you know, goes to church and stuff. But she completely understands why I am not religious and doesn't try to, like, talk me into it and be like, oh, no, you know, you really should go to church whenever. She gets it. And she, like, whenever I explain that, like, I think you should just be a good person to be a good person and not necessarily because you think it's, like, part of your religion, she's like, yeah, for sure. But it's kind of, that's why, like, a lot of that stuff, like I said, just, it was difficult for me to really ever want to, like, be involved in religion, because it's, like, the same people who I heard telling me about, like, you know, do XYZ good things to get into heaven were the same people who I saw doing terrible things. And, yeah. That's not, and to be clear, not to say that everybody I know who is religious is like that, because obviously, like I said, my dad and my mom are, and they're both good people. My grandmother is a very good person. Where do I go for this quest? Open portal within a Hall of Arms. How do I do this? Yeah, just that's my personal philosophy. But there's also, like, you know, like, for instance, on the topic of not being an asshole, right? Like, I will gladly be an asshole to people who I think deserve it, right? And there's the whole, like, treat your neighbor as yourself thing and treat everybody nicely. And, like, I will gladly be nice to people who I think are good people and who deserve me being nice to them. But I also have no moral dilemma when somebody's being a piece of shit, and I will gladly, like, absolutely fucking ruin their lives if I think they deserve it. And maybe that's like, I'm not trying to act like I am the pinnacle of morality or whatever. It's one of those things where, yeah, technically speaking, I probably shouldn't be like that, and I should just be like, you know, live and let live. But if I, like, whenever I see somebody doing shitty stuff, like, I take it personally. And I can't let it sit. I can't just be like, oh, yep, I'm just gonna ignore that, right? And, yeah. It's why I always end up... Like, a lot of, I guess, my guild drama stories that I've talked about in the past, you know, while they make for entertaining stories, and while I will admit it would be nice to not be in a position where I keep getting mixed up in, like, these drama situations, like, the whole cheating officer story, right? I've told that story a lot, but the thing is, in that story, one thing that I mentioned, for, like, the TLDR for anybody who didn't hear that story, or maybe it's been a while since I've told it and you forget, is I was in a guild in Nyalotha, you know, just a generally bad guild. There were good players, but the guild leader was a complete shit show. He kept, like, fucking up scheduling stuff and whatever. And then there was a Demon Hunter trial who joins. The Demon Hunter trial sent nudes to, like, a bunch of people in the guilds, including one of the hunters and one of the officers. And then the hunter who received nudes from said Demon Hunter basically got in trouble because, you know, the Demon Hunter, like, he sent her nudes, like, forwarded her nudes to apparently a lot of people on the raid team. I didn't get it. But then he got in trouble with the officers, and then because they were yelling at him, he told everybody that one of the officers had also been sexting with that Demon Hunter. And the officer was married, and his wife was in the guild. And all of this happened while I was doing weekly Mythic Plus keys with, like, the Hunter and some of the other people in the guild. And all of this stuff happened openly in voice chat on Discord, so I was present for the whole thing. And then the guild leader asked me to, like, cover it up, and we were going to, like, make up some story about how, like, the girl was lying and none of this actually happened, and she's just making it up, and blah, 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 blah. And, you know, we need you to help, like, because, like, I was friends with basically everybody in the guild, they asked me to go tell a lot of people on the raid team this whole story about, you know, the girl was making it up and, you know, the officer didn't do anything, blah, 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 so that his wife didn't find out. What they didn't count on is the fact that my dad was cheated on, and I fucking hate people who cheat on their significant others, so I just said, fuck you. And anybody on the raid team who hadn't already heard, I told them, and then the raid team imploded. And then, no big loss because, whatchamacallit, the guild was already a complete shit show, but then after the fact, me and a lot of the other good players in the team went off and made our own guild, and we killed Nazoth, but then I didn't stick around for them because there were some other unrelated issues, which I've told that story before, but I'm not going to rehash it. But yeah, like... I could not believe, first off, just, like, shitty thing to do in general, but the fact, like, not only did they well, the officer do that, but then they all tried to fucking cover it up and get other people to, like, lie on their behalf. Oh, look, Deathwing is torching the zone. Alright, well, I definitely don't want to... I'm not going to fly to the tower now, because I think that would just get me killed. But I can at least do this quest. Yeah, the fact they had the balls to ask people to help them cover it up, like, get the fuck out of here. That was... this is just worse than the build that I have. But yeah, absolutely disgusting. So... Now, I will say I stopped short at telling the guy's wife. Like, I wasn't going to, I wasn't going to go along with their bullshit and, like, lie to the entire raid team so that a cheater could get away with cheating, because fuck him. I hope his wife found out, but that is, like, one bridge that I was not willing to cross. Like, I'm not gonna go and actively try to ruin a dude's marriage. You know, he can fucking tell her himself, but I wasn't about to do any other bullshit to help them out, and I told the entire raid team that didn't hear, because partially half the raid team already knew. Half the raid team was in Discord when all that shit happened. I'll abandon that, and then Fellwood is next. So we'll head over there. But then also, at the same time, right, you know, I didn't want all these people to just, like, be sitting there wondering why half the raid team quit, and I didn't want them to be lied to as well, so, yeah. But I end up in, like, difficult situations like that, because, I mean, playing WoW, I do find that I've met a lot of really shitty people. I've also met a lot of awesome people, which is cool. But, yeah, I meet a lot of shitty people sometimes, and I'm unwilling to just sit on the sidelines and just watch shit like that happen. So I usually end up, like, feeling like I need to get involved. And that can sometimes make my life a lot more difficult, but... yeah. Challenging shout. Put that there. Intimidating shout on H. The Sunday church rush is some of the worst acting people, yeah. Fuck cheaters, you have low trust because of that? Yep, absolutely. It's also like... like, I wish this wasn't the case, but I'll be completely honest. It is, like, really hard for me to be in a relationship because of that. Like, I also have extremely low trust and have, generally speaking, not been in too many relationships because I find it incredibly difficult to trust people. Just because of... not really my own personal past experiences. I've definitely... that stuff, I tell a lot of stories. I'm not really going to go into my own personal relationship drama. Most of it isn't terribly interesting. But I have had, like, a few bad experiences. But a lot of it has more to do with stuff that I've seen growing up. And the fact that, like, I kind of grew up surrounded by failed relationships. And it kind of colored my perspective on that. And I am extremely cautious. It's like... how do I put this? A lot of people get the impression that I am a very outgoing person. And, I mean, like, I am probably more outgoing than the average person, for sure. Like, I'm fine talking and stuff like that, and, you know, I can talk, like, publicly, obviously, on streams and stuff without getting too nervous. I'd like to feel that I'm able to, like, hold a conversation with almost anybody one-on-one. I used to be, like, a lot more awkward when I was younger, but I feel like I've gotten better at talking and stuff like that as I've grown older. But I am, generally speaking, a very introverted person. Like, a lot more than you may think just by watching my streams and stuff like that. And... did I get any gloves or bracers? No. So I don't need to enchant anything. Yeah, I generally speaking am not super duper outgoing. And in terms of, like, sharing personal stuff, like, I'll tell a lot of personal stories, but it's like, I will tell whatever, like, random personal fun stories, guild drama stories, you know, even small, like, relevant anecdotes from, like, my childhood or whatever. But there is definitely a line, and when we hit that line, I stop talking. There are certain things that I really, 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 really struggle to share. Even to, like, close friends and stuff. So, I'm relatively open, but I have an extremely hard time, like, actually trusting somebody. Like, I can trust somebody at an arm's length pretty easily, but that's the thing, at an arm's length. I don't really entrust anybody with, like, important information or anything super serious. It's one of the reasons why I like playing a lot of stuff solo. I don't like having to rely on a lot of people, which I should note, this whole multi-person speedrun, this is actually really scary for me. I generally haven't done video topics and stuff that require lots of different people. A lot of times with, like, raid testing and stuff, it's also really scary because I have to organize it all and I have to coordinate different people's schedules, and I'm always worried that, like, I'm not going to be able to get enough people to help out and stuff like that, and it's challenging, and that's even just basic stuff like playing a fucking video game. But, like, actually, like, really trusting people, that's really difficult. I wonder if you can unlock old Scholomance in this version of Cata. Well, to be clear, Goose Comics, right now, old Scholomance is not old Scholomance. We don't have the new Scholomance yet. New Scholomance wasn't added until Mists of Pandaria. So, old Scholomance is just the dungeon. As for whether or not you'll be able to unlock old Scholomance once Mop rolls around, that's a different story. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I've seen a lot of people saying, like, well, they brought back, like, Scarlet Monastery and Scholomance and stuff. Why can't they bring back the older dungeons? Like, why can't they bring back original Sunken Temple? And that is why. It's because in Cataclysm, they wrote over the old code. They basically replaced all of the old dungeons, all the old instances, and just completely ripped it out the guts and put in the new stuff. But from Mop onwards, they started making new instances completely separate from the original ones. Where was I going? Right, Fellwood. Do I get any flight paths that take me close, or do I just have to walk? I should also set my Hearthstone. I guess I could set it into Valley of Spirits, just because I won't really need to go to Brill again. You know what? I'll set it in the Goblin Slums, because I know there's a warrior trainer there. But yeah, so that is the reason why everything from Mop onwards, they were able to bring back. It is specifically because the instances are still in the code. Like, what was the other one they brought back? Like, oh yeah, so, like, Noxramas, for instance, we don't have old Noxramas. We have just, like, the ability to run Wrath of the Lich King Noxramas for old cosmetics. Why is that? Because they completely wrote over the original Noxramas code. It is impossible to get it back unless they were to get the vanilla code and then rebuild original Noxramas from scratch with the vanilla code. In fact, they did that so poorly that even in Wrath, it was impossible to get, like, classic Noxramas available in Wrath. But, like, Onyxia's Lair, for instance, they were able to get both. So, it's weird, basically. It all depends on whether or not the code for the instance was completely overridden. That's one of the other reasons why a lot of developers, or a lot of players have been asking the developers, like, why don't you just bring back the old zones. Give us the ability to teleport to them. It should be easy, right? Well, no, because in the code, classic Ashenvale doesn't exist. So they would have to effectively create a brand new Ashenvale and then rebuild it from scratch and go through the code like line by line and rename like all the variables or whatever. I don't know exactly how it works, but basically a lot of like the references are exactly the same between them. So in order to get it to work properly, you would need to effectively rebuild the entire thing by hand, and that would take a lot of time. And that's why all of this is such a problem. In that essence, you wonder if we'll get Old Onyxia back in retail similar to the Wrath revamped one? Possibly. That one I'm not so sure about. I would think it would be doable because it was implemented in Classic. I'm not sure, though. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, I don't know about that. I would imagine, though. Like, if they could do it in Classic, I would suspect that they can do it in retail, too. It's not too difficult to get to Felwood, I think. Like, this is a relatively short... You know what I should do? I should stop at Splinter Tree Post. That way, if for whatever reason I need to, like, hearth back, I'm able to fly to Felwood. And now, Felwood, this is a zone that I have not done in a long, long time. It's one of those that I have been told it is fast, and I did it over 10 years ago. But, I mean, I think I did, like, a minimal amount of testing for it when I was putting together my, my leveling route, like, back in Shadowlands. And it was enough to realize that, no, this is not worth doing. At least in modern WoW. Felwood is definitely one of those zones that has not, like, aged super well. And the main issue with it is there's so much travel time required to actually get there. So for Felwood to ever have a hope of being efficient, it would need to be with flying for, like, modern WoW, right? Obviously, right now it's the only option you have, so it's worth doing. But a lot of times when people test Felwood, they just test, like, the general quest density and stuff. And, like, in retail, if you're testing every single zone with flying, starting from there without the travel time that it requires to get there, it may seem relatively efficient, but it takes a while. What did you miss? A rant about religion, I think. It's probably the main thing. And we finished all of the important stuff, at least, in Eastern Plaguelands. Drugs and religion, yeah. Goes together like peas in a pod, right? Actually, you know what? This is probably worth doing dungeons. Gordok Commons is not the best one. Stratholme... See, Stratholme is like... definitely not a fast dungeon, but I do know that there's a ton of quests. So a single completion of Stratholme I wouldn't mind. But mainly, okay, this is Gordok Commons. Yeah, this one's not amazing. Mainly Zul'Farrak is what I want, for obvious reasons. This one I would like to... Yeah, well, Stratholme is definitely not fast. The only thing is, it has a lot of quests. So, maybe. Especially because dungeons at this range aren't the fastest anyways. Or leveling in this range is not the fastest regardless. So I think no matter what I do, like, I don't think Felwood's going to be extremely good. And this way I can keep queuing until I manage to get Zul'Farrak, because Zul'Farrak is good. We all know that. But I think still all of them I'd only want to do once. But these are 3 dungeons that I wouldn't mind doing once. So I'll just queue, and then if I happen to get a bad one... Zul'jin, yeah, Zul'jin Horde for server. For retail. Okay, don't mute that. Oh shit, all this stuff fell off. What level do I get my next... Oh shit. I should be using that. Should have been using that for a while, actually. I forgot I had a better defense elixir. And I'll be using this until I get my full flask. Boss. Oh my god, the hit chance reduction. Big smug. Now to decide what race you want to make your monk. Let's just say you might want to DM me on Discord first before you pick the race. If we're yeah, the race is important. That's one of the things that I want to clarify ahead of time. Goblin got it? Yeah. That's your guess? Goblin's not a bad guess. All I will do is I will confirm it is not Goblin, but I will say ahead of time, I'm not going to do the guessing game of what it is, because I don't want to explain what it is. Oh my god. I got clapped by those mobs. Jesus. Yeah, Goblin is a good guess. I actually did consider that Goblin might help because they get access to their bank, which could save a little bit of time. But it's not really that important. But yeah, I will neither confirm nor deny any future guesses just because I don't want people to do the thing where it's like, I'm going to just keep naming random races until he says yes or no. So we're just getting that out of the way. Oh, the guard's over there. I need to reach it. Also, mobs and dungeons are actually kind of starting to crank now. Maybe it's just this dungeon. But, like, my gear is definitely up to date. I have enchants and shit. Yeah, I know it's not that I'm falling behind. And my damage is crazy. So, I think it's just that these mobs got hands. Joke's on us, it's ogres? Yeah. Yeah, that's the secret strategy. I found a way to unlock the super secret ogre race in retail. Wow. You cracked the code. You should have let them guess and said no to everything. Eh. Here, I will check Discord in a second. Oh, shit. Didn't get to the Eye of Kilrog. I didn't realize that was happening. Yeah, if it wasn't in the middle of a dungeon. Yeah, this one definitely feels like it's maybe not worth it because it's a single quest, apparently. Which, yeah, that's not great. And it's only, fuck me, 4,500. That's it? Yeah, this is a rough one. But there's not many great options at this level, so... You're gonna be here the whole time? Awesome. Alright, we'll charge guard slip kick. I forget what this quest is. I'm pretty sure it's like... Yeah, it's the ogre suit. Oh! Oh! That worked! Alright. Ogre Tannin. Alright, I guess I could technically complete that quest. That's a little bit of additional experience. I can... Now, I want to make sure that you're able to get started on the monk as soon as you can. So I'll let you know after this dungeon. You forgot this was about retail, didn't think of the allied races? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the allied races have really interesting racials. I guess I'll tell you that much. It's obviously an allied race, yeah. Because most of the regular racials are pretty boring. So that should narrow it down a little bit. And there are some usual suspects in there that you could probably take a guess from, but I won't spell it out. Loki might have to unlock it fast. Well, thankfully, all of the allied races are unlockable now. All you need to do is the quest, so it's a lot easier. Locked chest. Gotta be Kultiran? Interesting. Rorobor, why do you think it's Kultiran? Out of the box answer would be Zandalari Troll for the glider racial. Interesting. Like I said, I will neither confirm nor deny. You couldn't be asked with all the achievement shit back in the day? Yeah. It's definitely nice that they made it so all this is accessible. Oh, am I gonna get healed? Oh my god. Barely got healed in time. I think the healer was feared. Thankfully, Last Stand clutched it out. Yeah, these mobs just fucking truck, man. This is brutal. Like, how would a tank that doesn't have full Enchanted Heirlooms survive this? Maybe I just have a shit healer. I don't really know. But like, this feels like I'm just getting slapped around. And I'm using my defensives. Like, I pretty much only live there because of Last Stand. It would be difficult to be a cult tier. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I can safely rule out that it's not Coltiran for obvious reasons, because I did directly say earlier that it has to be Horde. It is a Horde allied race simply because we're doing the run on Horde. You need to be Horde, because otherwise you literally can't queue together cross-faction. So, it definitely is not Coltiran. I am curious to hear what made you think that Coltiran would be a good option, though. Like, genuinely. Just out of curiosity. Because here's the thing, if your mind went to Coltiran, maybe there's some interesting Coltiran racial that I'm not thinking of. That's an upgrade. Increased verse and extra leech. Yeah, I don't really remember what good stuff Coltirans have. Like, I remember they have the, Also, where's the Ogre Tannin? I have absolutely no idea where this thing is. It says it's off a Gordok Reaver? I guess it's only a chance to drop. Got the exist? Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Coltiran. I'm generally not a huge fan of them. The main thing that I think of when I think Coltiran is their swim speed racial, but I can't think of any major situations where that would come into play here. And, well, I played Coltiran a few times just because they're the only Alliance Druid allied race. So that has been, like, the reason why some of my runs were Coltiran. But I found myself not really using them too often. Like, Haymaker, I barely ever had reason to press. Here. Alright, let's see. Goose Comics, did you want to, like, how far along are your characters? Because I don't know what part you would want to help out with. If you wanted to help with, like, a level 70, a level 20, or if you wanted to do one of the other jobs for it. Alright. So, Fellwood. It has been a very, very, very long time since I've done this. I'm gonna try to just follow Questy by ear. But Questy appears to be missing most of this stuff. Hmm. The question was, what part of the run do you want to help out with? So do you have, like, a geared level 20 or level 70 that you want to use? Or do you want to help with one of the other roles? Okay, so what do I need to do? Swipe a glob of honey. Interesting. Looks like there's no healer in queue. If anybody has a healer on Horde side in the 45 to 50 range, preferably higher so I get one of the better dungeons, and they want to potentially queue into me. Looks like there's no healers queued up right now. You have a geared level 70 Alliance, no Horde, but you can start that soonish. Gotcha. Yeah, if you have a level 70 and you don't have any level 20 twinks, if not, it's okay. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Yeah, if you don't have any characters on Horde, then I can give you the same job that I just gave Bearded Gamer. And if your pally was just a tad bit higher, yeah. Well, like, the thing is, if we're going with, like, an optimal setup, then obviously I don't think Paladin would be the one to get. So, like, if I can find people who are willing to do these, like, bonus jobs, then yeah. Alliance Strength, but they are easy to set up. Yeah. Also, Bearded Gamer, were you looking to just get a monk, up to 70? Or were you looking to get a level 20 twink monk? Just so I understand which one you're going for. Okay, so you're looking to make a level 20 twink monk. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that works. And yeah, in that case, you can also do a 70. Well, I would only want to have you on one job in particular. But if you really want to invest time in getting the twink monk set up, then that totally works. I still need somebody for that. I've not had anybody reach out with a twink monk set up. Cool. Yeah, technically, I mean, I need both equally, so it really depends. I guess if you want to, you can make a second character that's a level 70 monk. After the fact, if you really, really want to. Just on the off chance, I find somebody who also has, like, a level 20 twink, we still need a level 70 monk for something. Yeah, true. You could definitely, you could carry the level 20 twink, make that a little bit easier. You could also do the reverse, right? You could get the level 20 set up, and then you can use the level 20 to boost a character up. Rage Paw. So there's a rare in this area, Rage Paw. I also feel like this is a prime location for chests. They would probably be sitting like alongside one of these huts. If there was one up. Doesn't look like there's any chests. Strathholm. It's so mind-blowing to think about, yeah. But I mean, when you think about it, it is a viable option. Yeah, there's a lot of quests in Strathholm. So while Strathholm is like probably the same length, give or take, as the Dire Maul Ogre Wing that we just did, that one only had a single quest, and Strathholm has a bunch. So this should be pretty good. Now, I want to say one of them is to get Strathholm Holy Water. No, it's just to kill mobs. Okay, so I don't need to open any of the boxes. Yeah, and Bearded Gamer, you said you created your character on Zul'jin, right? Yeah, they must have taken out the Holy Water quest. I guess so. I thought I remembered there being one. Yeah, because there's one step that requires you to do something on your own, kind of, if you're on your own server, right? So if you're on a separate server, then you would need to figure something out. But if you're on Zul'jin, then it's something that I can help with, because you need to be like on a specific server to make that step happen. You're on Zul'jin, okay, yeah. Then that's something that I can help with. Creating a Zul'jin character as well? Okay, perfect, yeah. I will... Yeah, let me... Goose Comics, I'll just, like, message you the race. That way you can get started and don't need to wait, and then I can explain the specifics later. Somebody left the group? Alright. Nah, I got it. I can explain some of the details later. Was that the healer that we lost? I didn't check. I guess if it was the healer, I probably think we're fine. Oh shit, embossed plate leggings. Oh, wow. That actually, I should have needed that. That was technically an upgrade. And I lost the roll. Eh, oh well. There will be others. But yeah, basically, to quickly, like, summarize what we're looking for, I did mention that I need one monk just for, like, the level 20 twink thing for Touch of Death stuff. Technically speaking, like, that monk doesn't need to be the particular race, because we could also have what's it called? The level 20 character, or the level 10 character that keeps us bound to, like, not Stormstout Brewery, that character will also be of that particular race. So that will help out. So technically speaking, it's not required for the level 20 to be it. it would just give us, like, a little bit of extra protection, right? But one thing that I should note is level 10. And so what I was saying is, remember, one of the spots in the group that we're doing is we're going to have 3 carriers for the heroic dungeons. There's going to be, obviously, my character that will be getting leveled up. And then one of the other spots is going to be a level 10. Yeah, Goose Comics, you don't need to do, like, more than one. One is more than enough. I'm just saying for the level 10 thing, which I have somebody to cover the level 10 specific part. That one we'll have covered. And then, ideally, we'll get the level 20 monk to also be that race. That way, they'll be able to help as well. And the main goal, so, like, effectively, Goose Comics, what you're going to be in this is you will be a summon helper. And that way, you might be able to see why the raid summon helpers, if they're also that race, it starts to make things a little bit interesting. We don't need everybody to cover it, but as long as we have enough, I think that should be fine. And one of the most important things and why I wanted to get this set up is my character that is getting boosted cannot be that race. Because there's another very specific racial that I need. Completely unrelated. Woo! Hey, I didn't react and hit charge in time. Fucking punts you. Yeah, as a result, I need other people to have it. You meant for the higher end things, you said you need a 70 as well? Yeah. Ideally, like, that's the thing. I only need, like, each of you would only cover one character, right? Because while technically speaking you could make multiple, I would only want one of you to cover one character. Because I wouldn't want to end up in a position where one of you has to, like, swap over, and then it ends up losing time because it takes you a bit of additional time to swap over. Everything should be running smoothly. There may be a situation where we might need to use more than one person for a particular raid for summon helping. Can explain that later on. That is probably not better. But I don't think that would require, like, you to have 2 level 70 monks. In that case, we would just summon the summoners over to that one raid. And that would be the final raid that we do. And then we would have all the summoners helping out with that one raid in particular. But we'd cross that bridge when we get to it. All of this stuff I can explain later. For now, just work on getting the characters leveled up. There's also, there's something I need to specify to you guys that I can't say here because it requires me to give a mini spoiler. Let me just clear this trash and then quickly message you guys the specification. I'm giving you a lot of good hints. I'm curious, what do you think it is, Cadus? I won't confirm, but I'm curious what you've gauged. I'll do Unforgiven, and then I'll quickly message you. Come on, I missed the first one. You'll DM it? Awesome, I appreciate that. Actually, that makes my life a little bit easier. And I mean, Cadus, if you want to help, you're more than welcome to. I definitely still need more people. Alright, now we go back this way. Yeah, everything else is this way, right? Or is Risen Hammersmith... Which way is Risen Hammersmith? Yeah, no, it's this way. Okay, everything else is this way. Yeah, no, that's fine. If you just want to be a teleporter, that also works. That's why I said, you know, I have people who, I have people helping who haven't really played Remix. Really, as long as you understand, like, basic WoW mechanics, and you're willing to put in, like, a tiny bit of effort to get a character set up for the summon thing, that's about it. If you are interested, I can explain a little bit more later. Yeah, I figured it was in there, but I saw that everybody was running in that direction. I'm like, wait, did I miss something? Is the mob somewhere else? Jesus Christ, Timmy the Cruel fucking slaps. Jesus Christ. Revenge does a lot of damage. No. Hold on. Use comics. I'll specify. Yeah, Timmy definitely doesn't fuck around. Nice. That awkward moment when your only level 70 horde characters are your time runners. Yeah. I mean, I also only played one faction for a while. I only have a single level 70 time runner. I did the one test stream for Alliance questing early on, but pretty much ever since it became clear that like level 20 twink boosting is the fastest way to level, I haven't really bothered testing Alliance further. Because there's just no real point, right? Like, if you think about it. The only real difference that Alliance has is, like, very specific quest lines in, like, Kun Lai, kind of, and mostly Jade Forest. And I think that was pretty slick, using my own fear against them. Nice. That was pretty good. Whew. The way they shit on the mode entirely makes it kind of pointless, yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of glad that there is one very clear way to level characters, because I just, like, I don't really feel any need to make additional leveling guides for Mop Remix. And if there were, like, multiple ambiguously good leveling methods, I might feel required to, you know, make guides for all of them, because maybe people don't want different methods. But this strategy is so effective, and Blizzard seems to be allowing it at this stage, to where I don't really need to bother with anything else. Right. Should be fine with this. Is Of Love and Family in this room? No, it must be further in. I always forget. Okay, we need to be careful here. I really hope whoever pulled that stops being a fucking idiot and standing out in the open. Like, I cannot help you unless you properly LOS the mobs, please. Nope, they're just literally standing out in the fucking open so the mobs won't run to me. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Use your brain, LOS! Okay, we want to go in here. And do that. And do that. Tab targeting is targeting the only fucking mob standing behind me. Come on. Come on, game. Can we not do that? Alright. Alright. We just need Risen Hammersmith still. No open DMs? You should be able to message me. I mean, if you're in my Discord, it should let you. It might... It'll put message requests. So... I'm pretty sure that's like a default Discord setting, right? Just do request message, and then I can just, like, accept it, and it works. We don't think... Yeah, I don't need to loot him or anything. What are my thoughts on action targeting? I haven't really looked into it. I think I remember vaguely hearing about it and just not really being interested. It is made for a different type of player, not me. It's bad? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Kind of figured it might be. I just never really wanted to mess around with it. Anything that, like, fucks with my, with, like, basic game mechanics that I'm familiar with that, like, work perfectly fine, I'm just not really interested in testing. Of Love and Family's in the next room, right? And then that's Balnazar. Oh. Mobs just charge at you. Interesting. Think of an LOS that I have no idea if it would hurt or not, but I don't really want to find out. That's the picture, yeah. I always loved how a picture called Of Love and Family is just a picture of two random planets. The name doesn't really match. I think everybody's ready. We should be able to just pull. Nice. Don't really think I need any of this stuff. Oh yeah, and the mobs walk to you. Means you don't even need to teleport back to the entrance. That's pretty cool. It's terrible. Yeah, I feel like that's actually not bad. Stratham's actually pretty solid. Yeah. That felt pretty good. You had to enable direct messages in the privacy settings? Ah, I see. That makes sense. I think all the other stuff that I need is at next level bracket. Yeah, it's not for a little bit. And see what I get. Boots. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of strength. Roll minor speed on those bad boys. Finally, the game's giving me good shit instead of just another pair of shoulders. Alright, well. I don't need 2 of them. I like what you're thinking, game, but, like, I would have been fine with just 1 pair of boots. Let me make sure I didn't miss any, messages earlier. You're thinking for backup it would be with 2 different clients and you have multiple monitors? Yeah. Katie's just trying to figure this out too much. Might have to hush hush. You want them to make an account bad for the gear discount? For sure. Okay. I caught up on all the messages. Stratholme service entrance and Zul'Farrak. Ooh. There's absolutely no way that I'm able to reliably do Stratholme service entrance right now. If I get Zul'Farrak, I'll do Zul'Farrak. I'm really hoping it gives it to me. And if I get Stratholme service entrance, I just leave. I cannot do that right now. I'm not going to be able to hit anything. It's annoying that they make that available so early. Yeah, I'm definitely going to dip if I get Stratholme. Which could be a little bit awkward since 50-ish onwards is where I want to be doing dungeons. But I think I still have Ungoro for a little while. And I still have most of the stuff in Felwood. I don't know how long I'll be in Felwood, but I have a decent amount of quests available here. One thing I'll try, just on the off chance that it works, is I think the early mobs aren't too bad. We'll see. Because these are definitely, like, lower level than I thought they'd be. If it's clear that everything is, like, super over-leveled, I could always just kill the first boss and then bounce. But there's a lot of quests here. If this dungeon is actually within the level range, and they have lowered it appropriately, because, for reference, I heard from people that Stratholme was fucked. But the last that I heard about people saying that was, like, around when Cataclysm pre-patch finally hit and the world changed. And apparently they really fucked the scaling on Stratholme. So I have no idea if that has been fixed or not. If it has been fixed, because it's supposed to be doable, then this could actually be really good, because there's, like, really good quest density and stuff. But it also sucks, because this probably means that I won't be getting Zul'Farrak at all. Because by the time that I'm done with this dungeon, I'll likely have out-leveled Zul'Farrak. I also think I need to spend talents. Yes, I should get Shield Mastery. Sounds just like OG Cata, yeah. Strat Undead felt fine when you did it 2 days ago? Gotcha. It might have just been that, might have just been a bug with the pre-patch. Oh yeah, fun fact. Actually, it was... I can't believe that I completely forgot about this until now. I almost quit tanking forever when I first tried it because of Strat Undead side in, original Cataclysm. Because the first time I ever tried to play Blood DK was in Cataclysm, when I was leveling. And when leveling my Blood DK, I did Strat Undead at one point, and I got chain silenced by the Rockwing Screechers. Or it was either the Banshee or the Screechers, I forget which one it was. But one of these mobs chain silenced me. I wasn't able to press Death Strike, and I didn't understand why. And, like, I just couldn't keep myself alive. And I was still, like, I was very young, and I had just started tanking for the very first time. So I couldn't press any of my abilities. I wasn't able to do, like, anything. I don't know if it was cripple or something else. But basically, I couldn't heal myself. I died. Everybody else died. And then we did the pull again, and the same thing happened, and I had no idea what was going on. I was just getting chain silenced by these mobs, and, like, completely freaking out why I couldn't, like, live at all. And then I got vote kicked. Well, they said in chat, shit tank, and then vote kicked me. And that scared the shit out of me, and made me never want to tank again. So, I can kind of understand why sometimes when people say, like, you know, they're afraid of tanking and stuff. It's enveloping web. That must have been what it was. So I think I must have pulled too many of these crypt crawlers, and I was just stuck. It was like I couldn't move, I couldn't press any of my buttons, and the thing is, I wasn't, you know, smart enough at the time to, like, understand, you know, reading tooltips and figuring out what it is that was causing me to not be able to press any buttons. I was like, what's going on? I have no idea what's going on, and we kept wiping. And that, basically, I was just really tilted. I'm like, I don't understand how to tank. I must be really shit at tanking. I hate this. I'm never going to do it again. And I actually didn't tank for the entire rest of Cataclysm. It wasn't until, where's Eye of Naxxramas? It's all the way back there. It wasn't until Miss Pandaria when my friend Paul basically talked me into trying tanking again. And then I found out that, like, when I understood what was going on, I actually really liked tanking. It was really fun. And I almost quit it entirely, just because of one bad experience that I had in Stratholme Undead back in original Cataclysm. And obviously, as we know now, I basically only play tanks. I fucking love tanks. So. This dungeon almost ruined tanking for me forever. And I'm sure there's plenty of other people who had an experience like that. And yeah, one of the issues is you'll see my damage is like shit because I can't land any of my attacks. So it's gonna be rough doing this with no real hit chance on the bosses. Now, the hunters are doing good damage, but it's also mostly just that my damage is really, really bad. Just like on Trash, you can see I'm doing perfectly fine. Okay, this is the quest for Stratholme Holy Water. Right, I'm not crazy, so there is an objective. Oh my god. There we go. Also, like, these mobs kind of fucking slap. I can't even imagine ever surviving that pull. As a kid playing Blood DK for the first time. My mouse is bugging out again. Come on, piece of shit, please. Oh my god. I need a new mouse. Oh my god. I've never seen it do what it just did. It's kind of hard to tell. But it started, like, sliding my character. Like, somehow the, like, movement, both mouse buttons got stuck down or something. And it started, like, force sliding me opposite the direction I wanted to go. And I had to slam it to get it to work again. Here. I have an idea. It's so annoying that you can't target these normally. I have no idea why tap targeting doesn't pick them up. Alexa, in 3 hours, remind me to order a new mouse.
Okay, I'll create a reminder to go off in 3 hours.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. This really gets me a charge.
Oh my god. Okay. Holy water wasn't taken out, just a different part? Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll definitely be done streaming by 3 hours from now, so that's a safe bet. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we're gonna go all the way to 58. I did not expect this to be as slow as it is. It's been almost 4 hours, and I've only gotten 8 levels. This is rough. Leveling really fucking slows down. Holy hell. I'll still continue streaming for a little bit, but I did not expect this to take, like, more than 5 hours, and this is looking to be really, really, really slow. Do we have to kill them? Oh yeah, we do, okay. I can, like, barely fucking hit the boss. Always gotta be nice so that when the machines take over, they don't kill us first. True. You said a baby. Did I activate your Alexis too? I didn't even think of that. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what you get for watching this without headphones. Yeah, the problem is I needed to set a reminder because, like, I've been saying for a while now that I'm gonna get a new mouse, and I just keep forgetting. Like, I keep telling myself, oh, I need to do that, and then I don't remember. And it's gotten to a point where this thing is just such a piece of fucking trash that I need to replace it. It desperately needs to replace it. I think it might also be time to get a mouse that isn't like some $10 piece of garbage off Amazon. Because while these things are cheap, you know, there's a reason why after only like 2 months, this thing is just not working. I need to be really careful. I do not want to pull these with Maleki the Pallid, and I pulled them with Maleki the Pallid. Fuck. Okay, well, at the very least, I can LOS him down. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Okay. As long as we keep LOSing, if people get in the corner here, that's not good. That's not too bad. You like your Aerox 9? I don't know. I'm not really super familiar with mouse names, I'll be honest. I'm definitely not going to get something super fancy, but I'll get a mouse that at least doesn't break after 2 months of use. You have a mouse that has 12 buttons on the side? Fucking game-changing. Yeah, I used to have a mouse like that. Like, when I was young, I got like, one of those MMO mouses for Christmas, but I haven't really used one in a few years. Maybe I'll get one again. So, like, for context, the main reason I stopped using an MMO mouse is because when I was a kid, my parents were divorced when I was, like, 5 years old, right? And I had an MMO mouse at my dad's house. Because my dad, like I said, got me one for Christmas. The problem is I didn't have one at my mom's house. So whenever I would stay with my mom, if I was like playing World of Warcraft and I had binds on my MMO mouse, then I would like go to a different house and I wouldn't have any of that set up. And like honestly, one of the reasons why like I kind of gravitated towards always having default UI is it always sucked having to set everything up on like 2 different computers, like download all the add-ons and stuff. So I just use default shit. And I also always used like no fancy stuff because, you know, no shame on my mom, right? But it's like she just didn't have any, you know, fancy things when I was like staying there. She had like a much slower computer, so I always played with like lower settings, even at like with my slightly better laptop at my dad's house, because I didn't want to like get used to the really good settings and then have to like play with worse ones when I was staying with my mom, and then it would just be a jarring transition. So I basically just kind of normalized everything between the 2 computers that I had. And it wasn't until like when I was in the middle of high school, basically, when I was finally able to like bring my laptop to school and I could transition, you know, my computer between both parents' houses. And then I only had one computer. But tried to get used to like everything just being lower quality. Completely different set when you were at your mom's or dad's too, yeah. Oh. There is the I guess we greed key to the city. Not that it matters. You were the same way back in the day, but nowadays, wherever you go, your computer goes? Yeah. It was, I remember kids used to be really surprised. I had, like, the heaviest backpack out of anybody that I knew. And my backpack eventually started coming apart at the seams, because, like, I would carry so much in it. Because one of the other things is I hated using lockers. I don't even know where my high school locker was, because I literally never used it. I think I used it like on orientation day or something and then never touched it, because I just remember being so annoyed like having to go back and forth to my locker. But the other thing is like a lot of kids would like leave stuff in their locker, right? And then they would just like bring whatever they needed home with them. But because, you know, my parents were divorced and I had like, you know, 2 different houses, I would have to bring a lot of stuff from like one house to another, which meant that like, let's say I needed to do Spanish homework before like Thursday or something. It's Wednesday, I have Spanish homework due on Thursday, but I don't actually have Spanish class on Wednesday. Now, for a lot of kids, they could just leave all their Spanish stuff at home, and then when they get home, they're fine. But then like, in my case, well, I'm going to my mom's house on Wednesday, which means that I can't just leave that stuff at home because I need to bring it from my dad's house to my mom's house. So that meant for me that I needed to carry all of my books for basically all of my classes with me at all times. So, like, I remember our school had, like, they would give kids these little, like, drawstring bags that they could use with, like, the school logo on them to carry, like, only the books they need to and from class. And like vast majority of kids at my school use that, the little drawstring backpacks. And I had this like gigantic like camping backpack that people take with like camping supplies and stuff out into the fucking wilderness. And it was packed to the brim to the point where, like I said, later on, the zipper part actually snapped off my backpack. And I literally had like zip ties where I had like the zip ties like hooked on parts of my backpack to keep the entire thing held together. So it was actually too big for a camping backpack. And then I also had my laptop inside of that, in addition to all of that stuff. And a lot of times, like, I remember there were times at lunch where, like, some of my friends would jokingly try to, like, lift my backpack, and some of them literally couldn't get it off the ground. And I had to, like, lug that thing around 24/7. It was a fucking heavy backpack. But honestly, it's good exercise. But it also meant that I got to bring my laptop to every single one of my classes, and a lot of times I would just play World of Warcraft in class towards the end of high school. At least for classes that I didn't really care about, which was like half of them. That's a wireless lightweight mouse. Interesting. That shit was pointless. You had 3 minutes to get from class to class. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, just the time that it would normally take me... Oh, shit. Somebody got locked out. I didn't realize. Just the time that it would take me to, like, get from one class to another was, like, way too fucking long. And they expect you to, like, go from one class to your locker, get your stuff, and then go to your class. And I actually remember a lot of kids who did use their lockers complained about it. Because they were like, we have 3 minutes in between classes, and sometimes teachers wouldn't respect that, and they'd go over. And then any kids who used their lockers were expected to, like, go... Because we had, like, multiple levels. I'm pretty sure most people's lockers were at least condensed in, like, one wing of the school. Where it was, like, we had, like, how do I put it? Our school was kind of like... There was a main area, a big, like, L-shaped cafeteria in the center. And then off, like, on different corners of the, like, big cafeteria were different wings of the school. And, like, one wing was, like, a long hallway connected to the auditorium. I know that this is going to be, like, really hard to follow just by me describing it. Huh. Alright, well, I can't use this yet, but whenever I'm able to use this at 51, that'll be helpful. Yeah, long hallway, and then there was, like, 2 separate hallways that had a lot of classes on it. Then on one end, you had, like, the art classes and the gymnasium. And then we had this one section that was, like, it was a big octagon, gigantic building, kind of shaped like an octagon where the hallways would kind of curve around, and it had 2 stories. And all of the hallways in that, like, big octagon thing were lined with lockers. That's where almost everybody's lockers were. But they, like, wrapped the entire way around, and there were 2 stories to that. So some people's lockers were, like, on one side of that big octagon on the second floor, and they would have, like, a class on, like, the opposite ends on floor 1. So they'd have to, like, cross all the way to the other side, go upstairs, get to their locker, then go all the way back to wherever it was. And it's just way too much travel time with, like, 3 minutes in between classes, and I just couldn't be fucking bothered. So, I mean, I generally made it to all my classes on time, but a lot of people would end up showing up late, and yeah, it was rough. I think what a lot of people also did, because we had, like, a break period in the middle. We had, like, 3 classes, and then, well, it was a rotating break. So some days you'd have your break period really early in the morning, which was kind of useless. Because, like, imagine it's like you take one class at 7 a.m., and then at 8 a.m. it's like, hey, you have your break period at 8 in the morning, and I've only had one class so far. That's not helpful. It would rotate, so it didn't really matter. But yeah, I guess at the very least, we all had lunch at the same time, so there was that. Zulf Rock is still available, but, like, Detention Block is actually really fast. So if I get Detention Block, that's actually pretty good. Also, I'll check messages in a second. Oh, fuck, yeah, I still need to explain... let me quickly read chat. You wish you could use default UI after having the amount of customization that add-ons can give you, you can't go back? That's fair. Personally, I've always just preferred this. I've tried a few UI add-ons, and it's just never really been for me. And I mean... Not to toot my own horn, but I definitely... I make do. You know, I think it's safe to say that, I have got along perfectly fine with default UI. I still get comments, but like, here's the thing. Every now and then, like, I join a new guild, and there's like a few people that are like, default UI, really? And then a few other people come out of the woodwork, and they're like, fuck yeah, another default UI user. So I'm definitely not the only one who raids at a high level and uses default UI. Though I am aware that most people do tend to use fancy UI add-ons. It's just never been something that I personally preferred. Okay, there's a rare this way. Or since you were really young, maybe 8 years old, you would go to your dad's house every 2 weeks for the weekend, 20 years later, and you see him every 2 weeks. Yeah, I know, like, a lot of people had situations like that, where they would only see one of their parents every now and then. The way that it worked for me is... Monday and Thursday, I would stay with my dad. And Tuesday, Wednesday, I would stay with my mom. And then we would alternate weekends. So I spent equal amounts of time with my dad and my mom. In terms of, like, you know, staying at their house and whatnot. Though it did make it a little bit tricky, because obviously then I would need to switch it around. And then, like, on weeks when I was at my mom's house for the weekends, that meant that, you know, Monday I was at my dad's, then I had to bring all my stuff to my mom's house on Tuesday. Then I had to bring all my stuff back to my dad's house on Thursday, and then back to my mom's again on Friday. So there were times when it could get a little bit overwhelming, but nice detention block. Well, that's actually quite good. What quest do I have? Okay. Yeah, detention block may actually be the fastest possible dungeon ever, because that's literally just killing the one mob. The one, what's her face? Gerston. Alright. Am I gonna pull any of these mobs? If it's like Sod, then I should be able to just take this hallway, go this, and then I shouldn't pull anything. Yeah. If you hook the right, then you will pull. But if you hug the left, then you're usually fine. Oh, fear. Oh, no, 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 no. Nice. Oh, not another fear. That's definitely gonna pull. Fuck me. Yeah, that's the entire dungeon. Holy shit. That is so fast. Okay, I think we found the fastest way to level from in this bracket. Detention block spamming is... Obviously, you'd have to get it in a random dungeon. And here's the thing, they're really high level. Like, we have a level 57. So I am pretty sure that the only available dungeon that overlaps for us, yeah, is the tension block. So we can only get detention block now. Oh, that's nuts. Okay, yeah, fuck Feltwood. The moment you get detention block in your dungeon pool, this is just the fastest way to level. It has to be. Also, I'm sorry, I'll read chat when I get a second. This stuff is a little bit... requires at least some focus. Shit. Oh, Christ. And then at level 50, I need to remember to use all my new stuff. We really need to stay down here, though. Because that fear can pull extra rooms if you tanker up there. Learned that the hard way in SOD. Usually I tanker right on, like, the bottom of the stairs. Yeah, this is... wow. No, it's definitely not worth specific queuing for this. Because the thing is, like, the main reason why this is so fast is because you get the random dungeon bonus. So you're getting the random dungeon bonus, like, every few minutes. Which is really, 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 really good. Without the random dungeon bonus, this is not worth it. The people in this group are interesting. I have chat covered. Well, they're not saying anything bad, I should clarify. But they're talking a lot. They seem to be very excited about the fact that the runs are very fast. Which is why they're eager to requeue. I have no idea if they're, like, friends or not. I can loot that mob, but I don't really care. Yeah, it looks like this only really works if you get a high-level player and a low-level player. I guess I got lucky stumbling upon people in the random dungeon queue who beat this criteria. I have... My new shield is 53. Just making sure. Have I unlocked any other dungeons? Nope, still just detention block. Three bubbles per run? Yeah, I could see that. I'll need to TP out to repair and vendor stuff at some point. As your has to keep spacing out when you kill the boss, even you see the XP, yeah. Uh... Oh, nice. I got feared, but I'm rooted. That's at 51. Shit, I can probably use that for transmog. Insane Strength Pot, I use now. Onslaught Elixir, I use now. And that's a Battle Elixir, so I can still use this stuff. Still use that. My next necklace is 60. Yeah, I'll use Onslaught. So Onslaught Elixir is 60 AP. Darkwind Firewater is 30. So at this point, Darkwind Firewater gets outscaled. But that's a pretty good consumable, even still. I need to use this. I also should be using Food Buff when I get a moment. You can Touch of Death the Strong Arm Gyrocopter and it gives credit? That's wild. It used to give enough boss XP at one point that even without it, it was faster to do it over and over versus a different dungeon? Really? I could see that. Oh, we have friends. I'll refresh my food buff. Oh, he left. I guess we go until this guy hits 58. Because when he hits 58, he won't be able to queue with us anymore. And then it will no longer becomes worth it. Unless that guy hits 57. Only gives 1,400 now, not worth it. Makes sense. And did they make a wing for BRD where it was just teleport to the fire elemental and kill it over and over? I assume that was a while from now. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. The teleporter is already available at this stage. So... maybe it's Cataclysm? Though I don't remember. Just remember, just past the Grim Guzzler being a common strat. Yeah, I vaguely remember that as well. But my memory's kind of fuzzy on it. And yeah, definitely at 58, that's when I would start doing Ramparts. Oh, goodness. Oh, we have friends. Wait, Will of the Forsaken. Oh my god. I actually found a place to use it. Alright. What do you know? That guy's still 57, so I guess we can do this for a while. Check my gear. Is there anything that I need to enchant? Not for a while. Sort through all this stuff. I might as well use this whenever I can. Do they want to queue again? I have no idea what they're doing. They're freaking out over the fact that this gives 1 level an hour, which, I mean, is that considered to be a good rate? 1 level per hour? I don't know. I have a feeling that you can do a hell of a lot better than 1 level per hour. That seems like a very achievable goal. If you're leveling at the pace of 1 level an hour, that's, no. Alright. Let me turn this shit in. Did we requeue? Apparently somebody hasn't picked a role. Yeah. Well, this is, in my opinion, faster than 1 level per hour. There's no way that this is just a level an hour. Okay. Rip that guy. Like, our group is not viable? That keeps queuing his tank, man. Fuck off. They, these people are quite strange, but this is good experience, so... Your first meta is Thundering Orb? Nice. That's gonna make things a lot easier. You're getting 12k from completion, 1400 from boss, plus around 100 per mob, roughly 5 minutes to complete. There's math to be done, but you're not the guy for that? Yeah. Well, I mean, relatively simple math. A full level right now is 120k XP. So that's what, like... I don't know. Let's say ballpark, 15k per dungeon, I think is a fair assessment. 15k per dungeon at 120k XP in total. Hard to say. It's thundering time. Thunder's all over them, yeah. Oh. Use weapon swing timer, but there's a lot of different ones. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of options. Yeah, this definitely is faster than 1 level per hour. Like, it's not even remotely 1 level per hour. It's way, way, way better. I don't know exactly when it is. That being said, it might be 1 level per hour for the guy at level 57, but at the same time, I don't think this is worth doing all the way to 57. Like, the moment that these mobs are green for me, this will not be worth doing. It's fast, but, like... It's still faster to complete, like, a good dungeon with efficient quests. So when I get better options, that'll be worth doing. That's right, we're gonna pull the other stuff in. Also, I just realized I did like 4 quests in Felwood. We didn't actually end up doing Felwood. I'll have to test Felwood completely at some point. I definitely want to try it, but like, realistically, there is absolutely no shot that Felwood is faster than this at the end. So, I don't know. But like 50 to 51 was probably the fastest level I've gotten so far this stream. That was really, really, really fast. So this is definitely an effective leveling method. Yeah, it's a shame that this wouldn't work in retail at all. But it is interesting how the level scaling of like old dungeons allows for tricks like this. How long would this work? Okay, well, he hit level 58. Oh, yeah, so he out-leveled it. Unlucky. Okay, but we have a rogue. So, theoretically, the rogue is 57. He should be able to do it. Now, what level do other zones unlock? Burning Steps is only 2 levels. Searing Gorge isn't for very long. Alright, oh, did we get in queue? Oh, they passed lead, okay. They're definitely taking their time. Okay, there we go. Goose Comics said, I'm off to bed, got the class set up, and we'll knock out some more levels when you get home from work tomorrow. Awesome. Appreciate you stopping by, Goose Comics. I'll fill you in on more info later on. I don't know if you're still watching. I assume you probably left by now, but I'll give you some more details later. And I'll respond to the rest of Discord stuff at a certain point. Yeah, so I haven't unlocked any other quests yet. Hmm. The thing is, this will stop working the moment I get the ability to queue for a higher level dungeon. Because right now, this is still the highest I can do. And I am the lowest level in the group, so I am anchoring us to this, this set. But I don't know how long this lasts for. Also, this food buff lasts like no fucking time at all. 15 minutes. 15 minutes is such a short time for a food buff. I'm gonna need like so many of these things. The bear is just stop moving. Ah, shit. That's definitely gonna pull. Oh, fuck. Did it not? Somehow it did not pull. Alright. Look at all these... This is another reason why this is nuts, though. Look at the fucking completion satchels. And I'm pretty sure these scale with your level. I'm, like, fairly certain that if I hold these until we're done with this strat, I can just use them all. I get all this transmog. Oh, fuck, I'm an idiot. I was thinking I could use the relic at level 51, and then I realized I'm not a paladin. I have no idea why for a moment I thought I was playing a paladin. This might not work. Because I think if we only have a level 56... What a name, man. What a fucking name. Oh, man. Also, speaking of drugs, the druid said that he's high as fuck, and that's why it took him so long to queue us. He couldn't figure out how. It's just like... Not that I mind, but like, why do people name themselves shit like this? Like, imagine putting in an application for a guild and being like, yeah, my character's name is Ball Slurper. I'd like to apply for a tank spot. I feel like just gets you off on the wrong foot. I don't know. The druid is a mood? Yeah. He's just vibing. Vibing, tanking dungeons. I feel it. Another thing is, it all makes sense now. Earlier, when we were trying to queue and it wasn't working, he kept queuing up as a tank only. And he kept saying, what the fuck, why is it saying that our group comp is ineligible? And I said, dude, you were queuing as DPS before, now you're queuing as tank, and I was also queuing as tank, so it kept failing. And then he said, but I thought I am the tank, and I'm like, no, I'm playing Prot Warrior. You were DPS this whole time. Not that I care, but apparently, like, those first few dungeons, he thought he was queued as a tank, so that he kept re-queuing. And it took him a moment to realize. You've updated our social guidelines. You must agree to them in order to play. Names, character, ball slurper, yeah. Pretty much. I'll refresh my food buff during the queue. For Monk, what stat should you focus on? Crit verse, probably. Like, crit for sure. Crit is the most important stat. And then versatility mastery. Now, that being said, the thing about level 20 Twinks is, like, with even remotely decent investment, you're going to get crit capped before super long. Like, right now, I've reached crit and haste cap on my priest already. And, obviously, at that point, you want to start stacking mastery verse. Pretty much exclusively. But early on, until you're crit capped, then crit is pretty good. And then, theoretically... Now, I have actually reached mastery cap just recently on my priest. I still haven't reached verse cap. But you will reach both mastery and verse cap on a level 20 twink without too much time spent. And at that point, I guess you stack avoidance, because nothing else matters. But you won't get there for at least a little while. Ball Slurper is your favorite random Death Knight ghoul name. Honestly, it does sound like the kind of thing that the ghoul would randomly generate. Second meta Chi-Ji, third meta Ox? Jeez. At this rate, you're going to get a Quick Strike as one of your first Tinker Gems. We got friends. That was literally your first Tinker? Jeez. Yeah, that's wild. And yeah, there's a cap for every stat in terms of how much you can get on gear. The thing about, like, mastery and verse cap is it's so high that, like, in real play, you're never going to reach it. But obviously, Remix has infinite stat scaling, so you're going to get there eventually. I mean, I have actually almost reached crit and haste cap on my level 70 Demon Hunter. Right now, on my Demon Hunter, I have 97% crit and 99% haste. Now, that said, part of the haste is I have haste gems to get myself just to, like, 100%. If I go over 100%, I take out a haste gem. So I'm, like, slowly peeling it off. But I've already taken out all my crit gems, and I'm still at 97% crit. Because if I put in a single crit gem, I'm at, like, 105% crit. So it's just not worth it. Just glance at Discord and make sure I'm not missing anything, I think. Your DK is just past 70% on both? Yeah. Actually, come to think of it, I've already reached mastery cap in my Demon Hunter, so depending on your gear, it can be easier to reach. Like, I have almost all mastery gear on my DH, so when fully upgraded to 470 or to 556, it's enough to get me to cap. But theoretically, like, when I switch gear around on my DH, I should end up being below cap again. Because in a perfect world, you would want your cloak to be enough to get you to cap, and then you should have full avoidance on all of your gear. If we're talking, like, perfect high investment. Because your cape is enough to get you, like, speed leech capped, and at really, really high investment, it could theoretically be enough to get you capped on everything else. My Demon Hunter's not quite there. But... and actually, come to think of it, now that we got young Ball Slurper in the group, they're one level below me, so they'll be able to anchor us here for even longer. And yeah, I am still spending a lot of time min-maxing my Demon Hunter, even though I won't end up using it for the speedrun, most likely. I have thought about it. The thing about my Demon Hunter is I would only realistically be able to use it for Terrace the Endless Spring. And I might do that if needed, because Terrace has such low movement that I could, in theory, park my character at the entrance of Terrace and just switch to my Demon Hunter and do that. But I would only do that if, like, we literally had no other options, and there was no other way for me to get people to help out with raids. So I could solo it. But the other thing about Terrace is, ideally, while the level 70 is soloing Terrace, that's like prime mailbox opening time. So even though, like, I could swap characters around, one thing that I learned from the 1 hour, 10-minute run is that I have so much shit that I need to do even though I'm getting boosted, right? It may feel like, oh, you're getting boosted, you can just kick back and relax, but if you're really trying to optimize it, there is, like, so much inventory management and, like, mailbox management that you need to do to make sure that you're, like, staying ahead and making sure that you're saving every little bit of time possible. Like, in dungeons, I need to follow along and keep looting stuff. And, like, when I'm doing raids, I'll need to be, like, interacting with the mailbox to, like, get all the stuff out that I need. So, that'll be really important. Nice. Oh my god, my bags are full. Uh... This is actually a lot. Now, mind you, I am looting everything, which isn't helping, but, like, I want money. Yeah, I need to... I definitely need to clear it at some point. After this dungeon, I'll teleport out and just empty my bags again. Nice, 52. What was the time on that? Does anybody know when I hit 51? Because that felt like really, 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 really fast. Which does that? That vendors for actually quite a lot. Oh, nice, I got that for transmog. My god. At 53, I get a new shield. I remember that. I don't swap rings and necklaces for quite some time. You hated doing that dungeon from 50 to 58? Yeah. I mean... It's not, like... It's not fun. Oh, there's a vendor here. Oh, okay. That makes things easier. I didn't realize. Like, I'm not gonna say that this is the most fun thing ever, but... Look, if it's fast, it's fast. Anything that shortens the leveling process. This is also, like, one of the reasons why I, generally speaking, don't like dungeon spamming. It gets mind-numbing pretty quick, but... Like, for an actual speedrun, this would be probably the most boring possible thing I could do. If I was doing chill leveling with this while, like, watching Netflix or something, honestly, I don't think I'd mind it a lot. It would be kind of chill. But, yeah, this would be rough. You hated so much that it slowed your leveling? Yeah. You were taking a break after every run. Yep. I got lucky that I found this random group of people. Boring but efficient, indeed. Yeah, 51 to 52 is definitely really fast. It's a nice change of pace considering it felt like it's going at a crawl before. This is pretty good. I don't know, I wonder when this stops being efficient. Does it ever stop being efficient? I guess we'll find out when we see how long it takes the bear to get to 58. Because we saw him hit 57. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna be able to bust out like a full set of gear at a certain point. That's gonna be really nice. Jesus. He's just going. Oh, look at him go! Oh my god, this bear's got fucking balls. And they're being slurped. Oh, that's plate. Well, I hope I win it for transmog. Yeah, it doesn't matter. This definitely pulls, right? Yeah, that got bloodhounds at least. Not the other stuff, though. Wonder if you save the bags till 58, 59, they would get better gear for Outland stuff. I'm not sure, but that is exactly what I'm planning, yeah. I fully plan on saving them. Because, like, what do I need gear for right now? This is, like, piss easy. It's piss easy, and, it's not like I'm doing more difficult dungeons. Okay, I've unlocked Sunken Temple. But... I don't know. Sunken Temple's pretty fast in the new version. Because it's just like one layer. I don't know if that would be worth doing. Yeah, it would definitely be sick if it works like that. And imagine how much like a dedicated, efficient 5-stack running this could be. Would be fucking crazy. I'm gonna pop a Swiftest pot just so I can catch up. There's still a mob running down that hallway. Doesn't really matter. I wonder what gear these guys have. Okay, so this guy has... most heirlooms. He doesn't have the ring, so I still feel special. They don't have the ring. They're missing most heirlooms. They only have the guild ones. What does Ball Slurper have? Ball Slurper's also missing a ring, but they have all the other ones. And... Undying has no heirlooms. Okay. Oh, Jesus. What does my breakdown look there? Yeah, Rend. Okay. So Rend just does, like, actually ludicrous damage with Thunderclap. That's the main reason why Prot Warrior is just so broken for leveling. Blood and Thunder is just such a fucking stupid talent. I actually couldn't believe when I first realized that that was already present in Cataclysm. Because even in retail, like, it's really broken for leveling in retail. And that seems like the type of thing that wouldn't be in this early version of WoW. Speaking of which, bleed-focused builds are actually something that I've been looking into for Prot Warrior leveling in War Within. Because with Colossus, you go like full on and bleed damage and Thunderous Roar and stuff like that, and it could be quite interesting. There's a lot of cool interactions. One thing that I'm kind of liking about the War Within changes, for the most part, at least for classes that aren't like in dire need of major fixes, they're going with like relatively minimalistic changes, but the changes they're doing are good. Like Brewmaster Monk and Prot Warrior in particular, they feel like they're going to be very similar in terms of overall playstyle compared to Dragonflight, but a lot of the quirks and like annoying parts in Dragonflight will be gone. So it'll be like the same fundamental gameplay loop, just with like a few annoying things taken out. Blood DK will probably feel the most different, based on what I'm seeing so far. Well, actually, Guardian Druid will feel the most different. Guardian Druid's going to be crazy. But Blood DK will just be like so much better than it is right now. And that seems great. Icy Veins says that Arms is best for leveling in Cata. Well, your first issue is looking at Icy Veins. It's dead wrong. It is just wrong. There's absolutely no fucking way. Now, it might just be talking about levels 80 to 85. If it's just talking 80 to 85, maybe. At higher levels, you already have access to, like, most of your good stuff, but it's, like, not even close. Like, sometimes if people ask me, like, oh, what's the best leveling spec for XYZ class, it'll be, like, a little bit subjective. Like, yeah, I don't know, I guess it depends on what you prefer, right? There is, like, no subjectivity to it. Prot Warrior is just far and away the best leveling spec for Warrior. Like, by just a fucking mile. It is so, so much better than the others. I mean, just look at my damage, right? I am thrashing DPS specs. Like, single target, it's about even with regular DPS specs. And on large pulls, I am just gapping people. It's crazy. And realistically, for leveling, you should be doing large AoE pulls. Arms just doesn't have effective AoE at this level. And this level of AoE, mind you, I get at fucking, like, level 20. So, I might be, like, level 15 or so right now, but if you go watch, like, part 1 of the speedrun on YouTube, it's crazy how early this comes online. Like, this is the guy that I'm beating on this pull by this much is a Ret Paladin with heirlooms. Now, I'm pretty sure he probably doesn't have consumes, right? Yeah. So, like, I have a slight advantage there, but it's, you know, it's not going to make up that much of a difference. Yeah, Cata Prot is actually... I did really like Feral when I tested it, but the problem is Feral doesn't really come online until later levels, I don't think. Because you can see that this guy's damage is bare, unless he's just doing something really wrong. But it's not really keeping up. Especially on AoE. You thought so? One more question. What route should you aim for in TBC? You watched the full P1 on YouTube. Oh, nice. Yeah, he may be busy slurping balls. That is true. I'm not entirely sure. Like, we're gonna test TBC in part 3. We'll see, though. I have a feeling that it's going to be mostly just dungeon spam. I feel like that's just going to be the fastest. So what's with the long queue time? Oh, okay, the bear hit 58. So somebody can go check to see how long that whole process took. But, I mean, he got from 57 to 58 pretty fucking fast. That was pretty good. Alright. Are they all leaving? Oh, if the healer's still requeuing, then this will be fast. Go back after your ads, yeah. Yeah, I feel like this may not be the most fun way to level, but I honestly think I'm just gonna end up doing this all the way. It's just too good. It's too good to just not take advantage of this. Where's Warrior-matic? It always train. Oh, we got Sunken Temple. Oh no. Honestly, might not be bad though. Like, I'm kind of fine with this. If we get it a second time, then I'll leave. But generally speaking, the game tries to force alternate you. That was kind of what I was concerned about, right? Because we didn't have a high level to anchor us. So, you enjoy Sunken Temple? Yeah, honestly, I don't mind it. This is not an auto-leave dungeon by any means. Now, I will admit I have slight PTSD from Sunken Temple thanks to Sod, because fuck that place. But this version is not too bad. It's honestly very fast. Because this one is just Beeline, Jamalon, and Ogam, which is this way. We kill them, we head out, Dragon Spawn, we kill them, we head to Shade of Ring, and Ranicus, kill him, then summon Avatar of Fakar, and we're good to go. And there's 3 quests, so it's relatively fast. That being said, spamming this would not be worth it compared to the other method. So, we'll see. If I need to do dungeons, so be it. Or if I need to do quests in between dungeons, then so be it. Feels so weird doing the normal version of this place after doing fucking shitty Sunken Temple on Sod for a few weeks in a row. It really is a shame how bad Sunken Temple turned out. I was actually genuinely excited for it, because I love this dungeon, like the old version, the version I'm doing right now. I think it's actually a pretty sick dungeon, and even like the original classic version. You know, the winding corridors and stuff, the confusing layout. It's a pretty sick dungeon, and they just... I don't even want to say they butchered it, because, like, it had serious potential. A lot of the conceptual fights in Sod Sunken Temple could have been really cool. I really love the idea behind Festering Rot Slime, and between a Dream Scythe and Weaver. It's such a cool concept of, like, having a fight built around the hole in the floor is so cool. It's just a shame that they just don't know how to balance anything correctly. They just really have no idea what they're doing. Jesus. Oh. No, Ball Slurper! Holy shit, I almost killed Ball Slurper, dude. Okay, Jamalon. Clearly, they need to go get T-Gull from the live team to develop mathematically impossible bosses for Sod. Shade of Aranicus pre-nerf may have genuinely been mathematically impossible. I don't know if anybody killed it before that first health nerf. It was kind of ridiculous. And even after that, it was just... It was fucking insane. In combat charge fucking slaps. Nice. This is... that shield. Uh... Let me sort this a little bit. Can't believe I have almost an entire fucking bag with just the bags, the satchels. Oh no, 2 in a row. I can't counter that. Heroic Strike does so much fucking damage. You're kind of glad you didn't get to that point? Yeah. Like, honestly, out of all of the Sunken Temple bosses, I really hated Shade of Aranicus. And the thing is, Shade of Aranicus, really cool conceptually. Like, if you heard about the fight on paper, you'd probably be like, wait, that sounds sick. Why did people dislike it? Of, like, he summoned little nightmare pools, and then he did a raid-wide one-shot, and you had to step inside the nightmare pool, because if you were put to sleep, the raid-wide mechanic wouldn't one-shot you. And then he had, like, ad phases where you had to deal with those. It sounds really cool, but the fight is just complete chaos. And the fact that it's a dragon and he has, like, a tail swipe and a frontal breath meant that positioning was really precise. And if people, like, stood in the tail and got knocked to the corner of the room, they could drop a puddle in the wrong spot. There was, like, a slow mechanic. Yeah, we'll get the other one. Can we even... Is that even the end of the dungeon? Yeah. What about 80 to 85 heirlooms? At 80, the rewards seem to outscale heirlooms by 200 primary stat. Well, yes and no. I mean, depends on what you're talking about. A lot of the heirlooms in Cataclysm don't scale from 80 to 85, and they also don't even give experience, so yes. If that's what you're talking about. But, so, to be clear, cloak and helm go to 85. Shoulders, chest, and all the other ones do not scale. And you don't even get XP, so they're just not worth using, yeah. If that's your question. But the nice thing is, by the time that you get to like 80, frankly, by the time you get to level 70, generally speaking, most quest rewards and stuff are actually well statted and are good upgrades. One of the reasons why, especially at this stage, heirlooms are so important is because low-level quest rewards in the vast majority of slots are complete dog water. For the ones that you can, the stats fix at 81. Yeah, there's usually some weird scaling issues where, like, the jump between level brackets is a bit weird, but they're still worth using. The ones that do scale to 85, yeah. They're worth using just for the experience bonus. Because that's still a thing, obviously. Where are they going? Where the fuck are they going? The boss is back here. They almost got locked out. I didn't realize the gates closed. Nice. Really need any of this stuff. Teleport out, teleport back in. Opening dungeon satchels and finding intellect gear makes you miss retail? Yeah. That's kind of rough. I think that may have been worth it just for the quests, but... I'll ask if they want to requeue, but if we get this dungeon again, I'm probably out. Wonder if there's any new options at 53. Upper City is an option, though realistically speaking, we're not going to get Upper City because Ball Slurper is lowering the range. So we really need to hope for, well, technically even if we got a level 57, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's a very particular range that it works at. Alright. Well, this is detention block. We got a level 56. Okay. So they could still bring us to a different one. And Ball Slurper is still 52. So until they hit 53, we'll know that any BRD will be detention block. So that's nice, at least. But I have a feeling that it's going to put us in Sunken Temple right after this. So... that could be rough. In fact, I think what I should probably do is after this dungeon, I think it is just correct for me to leave. Unless, like, most of them leave and it's only Ball Slurper. But even then, it would probably still put us in a shitty dungeon. I'll play it by ear, but I think I probably leave after this. I missed some messages earlier. Ah, fuck. It says we can only do detention block. I don't know why. I think I'm meant to leave here, unfortunately. I'm meant to leave here and guarantee my my chances at a better dungeon pool. Okay. I think this is all I use for now. Yeah, I would need a level 49, I think. It's very specific to get that to work properly. Where's the warrior trainer?
I get no respect around here.
Class trainer warrior.
Get lost, will ya?
Damn it. I know that there's a warrior trainer in the goblin area. I'm, like, fairly certain there is. Am I crazy? Is there, like, a class trainer for everything except warrior? There might actually just not be a warrior trainer here. Damn. No, there has to be. There is. Okay, I'm fucking blind. I'm fucking blind. Intercept. Oh. Well, I'm not going to use that. Demo Shout is good. Shield Wall is good. Plate Specialization is good. Where's Demo Shout? Right over there. Yeah, there was... I must not be tracking it. Yeah. Okay, let's throw ourselves in queue for this and see what we get. What messages did I miss earlier? You hated your life having to do vanilla dungeons from 57 to 58 as a tank. You literally have no clue where to go from there. Or where to go there. Realistically speaking, you would just do this dungeon spam thing. I'm pretty sure that would just be the fastest method. Hard to say for sure. And, like, right now at this level, one of the biggest issues with, like, this leveling revamp until they smooth out the leveling curves is that there's, like, really no zone where you can quest from 55 to 60. Kind of a massive oversight on Blizzard's end back in the day. But, like, where do you quest 55 to 60? Blasted Lands? I guess? But you kind of just, you're forced to dungeon spam because there's literally no zones that scale. So you're either forced to do green quests or dungeon spam. They just kind of forgot to make any zones cover those 5 levels. I don't really know what they were thinking. I'm gonna be honest. So that's kind of bad. Like, technically, Silithus is the only thing that covers it, but, like, yeah, it doesn't work. So, like, I have a few options. I could go to Ungoro, but I don't particularly want to go all the way down to Ungoro. So, I think I probably will just go to Blasted Lands. At the very least, it's easy to access. So, that's something. We'll get food buff. There's not shit in the Blasted Lands for quests? Yeah, there's like 1 or 2 quest hubs, but it is fairly limited. You got to 57 in Silithus and then got stuck and had to queue dungeons? Yep. Pretty much. It's not great. I'll try Blasted Lands, because I'm pretty sure Swamp of Sorrows is 52 to 54. So I could still do like a handful of Swamp of Sorrows quests right now. Are you fucking kidding me? You have to be level 58 to use the Blasted Lands portal, dude. There's like so much friction in old WoW. Just random pain points for absolutely no reason. Yeah, I completely forgot that it worked like that. That's just really shit. Jesus. Win pass 55 to 56. Yeah. I'm sure. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna stop here. If this is detention block, I'll do this. I did not expect the queue to pop, but it's getting late, and like I could mindlessly spam more dungeons. Okay, these guys are all high level. I have no idea what the this is for, so we'll see. But yeah, I honestly, I'm not really feeling continuing. I'm glad that we finally figured out, like, at least a fast way for this section. But 40 to 50 took me so much longer than I ever expected. And it kind of has burnt me out a little bit. And I definitely did not expect this to be a 6-hour stream. I have a lot of stuff that I need to do. This has been way, way longer than I expected. But yeah, I'll have to re-edit. I'm just thinking about how I want to handle this. Uh, I guess honestly, starting off the next part with just mindless dungeon spam like this wouldn't be the worst thing ever. That would give me time to like read chat, but I don't know. Oh, it's not this one. I kind of figured that wouldn't be it wouldn't be that easy. It's not fucking detention block. It's Upper City. What is Upper City? Someone just left. Another person just left. uh yeah, I guess I leave too. Doesn't give me a penalty, but we'll stop there. Yeah, unfortunately it's tough. Because I think realistically speaking, I mean the way that you want to level here, it sucks that this is the case, but you basically just queue, hope that you get into the exact position that I was in earlier with a high level and a low level, and then spam that as long as you can. And that's just so much faster than every other method all the way up to 58. So I'm going to be honest, I think what I'm going to do is I will actually do up to 58 in my own free time doing exactly that. And I will record it and I will watch fucking Netflix or something while doing that because we've already seen how it works, right? It's not interesting. And whenever I turn part 3 into like a YouTube video, I will take the footage of me leveling from what level am I right now? 53 to 58, so the next 5 levels. I will put it at like 5 to 10 times speed, and I will narrate over it and basically just give an introduction to the run and explain what I did for those 5 levels and stuff, and why that is the most effective way to level. This also is making me wonder how the fuck I'm gonna handle like speedruns and optimize stuff, because I feel like at a certain stage, leveling in old versions of WoW is so reliant on other people to like really optimize it, unless you want to slam your head into a wall, that theoretically, right, what I would need to make this work is a series of level 57 characters. And I would just need to repeat this process over and over and over and over. And then the moment that I reached the bracket where this would stop working, I would also need a level 49 character for this to work. But that is just so specific that unless I like literally queue with people who are doing that, I shouldn't be on the Zeppelin because the timer's paused, so I shouldn't be doing anything while the timer's paused. 57s and 49s, yeah. It's tricky. But, like, I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't want to start the next stream with just, like, 1 to 2 hours of mindlessly leveling through Blackrock Depths and, like, fishing for the attempt to mindlessly level through Blackrock Depths. That's just, like, honestly not really interesting. So I'll do that on my own free time, and that way we can focus part 3 specifically on TBC. But yeah, this took like way longer than I thought it would. Effectively, I got 40 levels in the previous stream, and in the same amount of time, give or take, I only got 13 levels here. It's 40 onwards is really slow. I feel like there has to be some way that I could speed up those levels. Because 30 to 40 honestly didn't feel too bad. Definitely doing dungeons in the early 40s was a mistake. I should have just done quests for that. And I think just doing that, like doing Eastern Plaguelands, I don't think was bad. But surely there's like some faster method that I could use. Maybe I look for like mob grind spots or something. I don't know, I'll look into it. It's also kind of weird. It's weird doing doing that trick because I would need to either like queue with people or just luck into it. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, I'll figure it out. Let me, before I end this, let me scroll up because I missed a few messages earlier, so I want to make sure that I read the other stuff because I kept meaning to go back to read the messages before and I didn't get a chance. You had a 3-story high school, your graduation class was 1,500 people? Damn. The only students had lockers at your high school was banned, and you used the hell out of your lockers? Damn. Yeah, I definitely did not use mine. Pro tip with the new UI from Blizzard, you copied the settings from the export and just pasted it in an email to yourself. Interesting. Used to keep your settings on a flash drive. Yeah, I had flash drives that I would carry around like a little pouch. Sunday to Saturday schedules would have been better. Maybe. I can understand it would have been, like, easier to coordinate, but I don't know. The way my parents worked it out, it was more just like, they wanted to obviously see me every week, so that was, like, the easiest way to manage it. Okay, and I think there we go. Those are the only messages that I missed. Everything else I was reading as we were going. But yeah, I will try to do the rest of this on my own time. And I don't know exactly when I'm going to post this. Actually, you know what? I think what would work better is I'll include this at the end of this video on YouTube. So this recording on YouTube, I guess for anybody watching it now, you know, in a minute or two, you'll be able to see that. And I'll narrate through it. And I'll just stitch it at the end. So don't expect the YouTube recording for this for like another few days because I have a lot of shit that I need to get done right after finishing this, both remix and other stuff. And then I have Cata and retail raid on Tuesday. I have retail raid on Wednesday, and I have Cata raid on Thursday. And I also have raid testing on Thursday and raid testing on Friday, which means I can't stream on Friday realistically because raid testing is like right around the time when I usually start my streams. So unless I did a late stream, maybe like late at night on Friday I could do like part 3 of this, but that's assuming that I find enough time during the week to like record it. I don't know. And I'm really hoping that War Within is like fixed enough so that by Saturday and Sunday I can do my first War Within stream. I'm assuming if they're doing raid testing on Thursday, Friday, they'll need to get the servers like not fucked so that people can actually raid test effectively, but who knows with Blizzard? Who even knows? Anyways, much longer stream today than I expected. I appreciate you guys all showing up, and for everybody that expressed interest in helping and sent me a message in Discord, I will get back to you in a little bit. I need to obviously take a short break before I do that, but I will give you some more details on stuff to make sure that you do. Yeah, thank you all for watching, and if you're watching this on YouTube, then enjoy the next edited segment of 53 to 58. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, I'll get around to it. But anyways, people on the stream, peace. Okay, so future editor Haraldin chiming in here as mentioned. I'm going to cover the rest of this video, and I have a decent amount of stuff to talk about because here's the thing. When I recorded the rest of that video, that was, if I double check my timestamps, I'm like pretty sure it was the 8th of June. OBS Studio videos. Okay, kind of. It was the 10th of June. But either way, at the time of me recording this, it is the morning of July 6th, which is almost a full month after I recorded that last section, and I'm only finally getting around to it. I've had people asking me nonstop over the last month, where's part 2? Why isn't it posted? And I'm going to try to address all of that stuff, as well as, what is generally going on. Now, first and foremost, I'll just get it out of the way, because you probably have figured that out by now, just by watching up to this point, and if not, you'll quickly notice as the footage goes on. Basically, from the time of ending this recording at level 53, at the, I think it was 12-hour mark, I'm recording this without looking at the footage, so my memory is just based on what I remember of the run itself. All the way up until 58, which right now the timer is at 14 hours and 50 minutes. So it took about 3 hours to get 5 levels. In that entire time, all I did was spam queue for dungeons. And I basically tried to replicate the detention block trick, and what you'll see here is me just logging in, queuing up for a dungeon. If it's detention block, I run it. If it's not, I just leave group and then go again. And I have literally been doing this whenever I get free time for the last 3 or 4 weeks. It's not that simple. That's not like the entire reason why it's been delayed. But obviously that means I get one try at queuing for it every 30 minutes, and then I have to go again. But realistically speaking, how that would look in practice is for like 2 hours every morning, I would every 30 minutes log in, try, log out, and then eventually I would have to do something, and I wouldn't be able to just every 30 minutes log on like clockwork and take cracks at this. And the other thing is that right around the time when I started doing this speedrun, I began working on the mop remix thing, which if you haven't seen, I leveled a character in 29 minutes and 25 seconds from 10 to 70, and it required the help of 13 other people. It was a massive undertaking. I cannot understate just how much work that took. From just the process of theory crafting, whether or not it was even possible, right? Because when you're doing a speedrun like that, you don't go into it with like, I know that I can get sub 30 minutes. It all starts with me just one day sitting there and going, I want to get a fucking sub 30 minute speedrun. I want to see if that is doable. And then with all of the random shit that I know, sitting there and theory crafting, like, is there an actual possible way to level a character in under 30 minutes? And what would it entail? And I didn't even know if it was doable, but then basically I took all the different methods that I knew. I got together a bunch of different people to test out different things, because we're going to try to optimize every single part and see how low we can push it. And like, for instance, I initially was like, I don't know if it's doable, because I think dungeons up to 25 or up to like 25, 35, etc. would take me 15 minutes. And turns out we're able to do that in like 10 to 12. Just because we got our heroic dungeons down so quickly. And then in the process of like practicing dungeons and stuff, we managed to find more time saves. Midsummer came around. That was an additional 10% experience I initially hadn't accounted for. But it was like literally 3 weeks straight of just testing, theory crafting, and like communicating with these other 13 people and like organizing practice runs, figuring out like what time works best for everybody. Because like, if we're going to practice heroic dungeons, well, we need all 5 people, myself included, in the heroic dungeon team on board. A lot of these people had no real knowledge of how to do this stuff. Obviously, the entire run is like in my head, right? So I need to take the theory crafted run and then break it down into bite-sized pieces and teach that to the people who want to help, right? Because you don't just like find 13 other speedrunners. Out of all the people who helped me, one was an actual speedrunner, quote unquote. I guess you could call them a speedrunner. It was one of my friends, Demo, and he doesn't even speedrun WoW, he speedruns other games. But at the very least, he understands WoW, he's done speedruns before, so he was like one of the biggest helps in putting it together, because he understands, general speedrunning stuff. And a lot of times, people will throw out suggestions for WoW speedruns without really understanding what they're asking. They'll be like, hey, have you considered this like one quest in the middle of nowhere, without realizing like travel time matters. But somebody who understands speedrunning and understands, even in a different game, that optimizing like travel time from point A to point B is really important, can help me with the logistics on stuff like that. All that to say, it was still a massive undertaking. And it genuinely consumed all my free time. And I think a lot of people, when I always say, like, oh, I have this other project that I'm working on, they may, like, kind of not realize just how much work goes into it. But, like, no shit. Obviously, YouTube's my job, right? So it was literally, I would wake up, I would do mop remix stuff from the time I woke up to the time I went to sleep, unless it was a day when I had something else to do, like, whatchamacallit, if I had raid, obviously in Cataclysm, I'm still raiding. I actually, I'll talk about that probably a little bit later, but I actually switched servers, which is another thing that led to this run getting delayed. But I'm still raiding, still enjoying Cataclysm. Haven't had time to do much outside of raiding, including speedruns and leveling and stuff, but hopefully that'll change soon. And obviously, I still raid in retail, so on those days, I would have to do, like, daily stuff or weekly things on retail, open my vault, and then obviously show up to raid. But I have, like, a lot of things that I would need to do. And it would genuinely consume a massive chunk of my time. And there's also, like, an element of, while the theory crafting for the Mop Remix speedrun took a while, the nature of Mop Remix is that you have these, like, infinitely scalable cloaks that make you more and more powerful, and because we had people soloing many raids, I needed to make sure that those people had as powerful of a cloak as they could possibly get to make the process a lot easier. And then I taught them some thread farming strategies. We did, in fact, a thread farming method that as I'm recording this, right, because a lot of times when I record these videos, or where I'm just, like, talking and stuff, I'll just literally sit here, stare at a wall, and just talk for a while. But, you know, while I can't really do anything that requires intense focus while recording this section, I can at least do mindless grinding where I'm just pressing one button. And there is a really, really, really broken thread farming method in Mop Remix that I've known about for a while, and I've shown to people, and I'm actually doing it right now as I record this, where you basically just sit in one spot, press one button, in my case, Immolation Aura, and farm a shit ton of threads. Unfortunately, it does force you to be PvP flagged, so I may get jumped by an Alliance character while recording this, in which case I'll have to just say, like, oh crap, hold on, somebody's trying to kill me. Right before I started recording, actually, a Ret Paladin jumped me, and he's just sitting there dead on the ground, because I guess he gave up. But it's a really interesting thread farming method. It's also the single best way in the game to farm meteor chips, which is kind of nice because they're a really useful item to have, and there aren't really many great ways to get those. This method is insane for getting them. I've gotten, like, a few hundred and just burned through them whenever I feel like it because I never run out. And this is something that I might cover in a video, but I'm going to be honest, I will probably wait a little bit to ever touch this in a video because, unfortunately, one of the sucky things about doing YouTube sometimes is I'm always torn between, like, do I share this information or do I, like, keep it to myself? And I usually share it, and then it gets nerfed, and then I'm just annoyed because, well, in the case of the recent videos that I made, like breaking out of Pandaria, that got nerfed after 3 days. I made a video about the Heart of Fear resets, which technically were already publicly shown in my speedrun, but I made a video spotlighting it, and then within, like, 8 hours, Blizzard nerfed it. And it's like, man, can we have, like, any fun things, Blizzard? Like, are we allowed to just find any cool strategies to play this game? And now, like, I'm sitting on this really broken thread farming method. There are, like, other really good XP farms. The one that I've said publicly already, so I'll say it here, is Dark Animus is a good alternative. Not as good as Heart of Fear Reset, unfortunately, but it is good. I don't know if they'll nerf that. I haven't publicly shown it off in a video, so maybe not, but who fucking knows with Blizzard. And it's like, do I talk about Dark Animus resets because they're good? I don't know. They'll probably get nerfed. Do I talk about the new way that I found to break out of Pandaria, which is even more powerful than the previous method? Probably not, because then, again, it'll just get nerfed. Do I talk about this really broken thread farming strategy that I'm literally doing while half AFK, you know, recording this voiceover for the end of this classic speedrun? Eventually, maybe. But it's probably going to get nerfed the moment I cover it, so, like, it just sucks. It just sucks. And that's one of the other things. It's like, I really couldn't make any videos in the entire 3 weeks because I was working on this stuff.
And the other issue where, like, in hindsight, obviously none of this stuff got fixed until I covered it. Which, cool. I'm glad that worked out that way. But you have to think about it from, like, my point of view, where I'm in the process of setting up this potentially earth-shattering speedrun. Sub 30 minutes, it is. You know, mop remix or not, I know some people are going to be like, oh, it's only mop remix, or, oh, you needed 13 other people to help you out, like ignoring the fact that logistically the entire thing was fucking crazy and took me literally weeks to figure out, and I theory crafted the whole thing effectively on my own and then taught it to people. Like, I definitely appreciate all the people who helped me, but I take full credit for, like, organizing and planning that entire run. That was all me. That, like, I got help from other people, but like 90% of that was like me sitting there and like literally what I do when I think of this stuff, because it is so difficult to like envision in your head the entire process. Basically, I sit on my bed and I just like throw the comforter over my head and I just sit there like literally eyes closed, comforter like surrounding me. And I just like I need to basically completely clear my mind. This sounds really stupid, I know, but this is like genuinely my method when I really need to think about something hard. Just completely block out all external noise, all everything, and just like in my head construct the route piece by piece and like make a mental image of how the entire thing flows together and how we're gonna like handle the summons, where everybody is standing at each point in time. And then like once I have like constructed like the entire 30-minute run theoretically in my head, I then go to my computer and basically try to type out a description of all of that and then like format it and refine it and break it down into ways that can be easily explained to the other people who have to do that, right? But the like intricacy of that is really fucking difficult, and I'm proud of it, and I'm glad that we managed to work it out. But like, I'm sitting here doing this stuff, right? Planning out the speedrun, thinking this could be insane, but it's still all in theory up until this point, right? Nothing is set in stone. The run is not complete. We haven't done anything. Right now, if Blizzard were to just nerf, well, not right now, but like I'm saying, at the time, I'm thinking if Blizzard were to just nerf the stuff that I'm envisioning, right? Let's say 2 weeks into this 3-week planning process, I were to just wake up one day and all of my strategies were just nerfed to the ground. And this was a genuine concern. I had literal nightmares about this, of like waking up and suddenly my strategy is gone. And now suddenly those are 2 weeks of planning from my life torpedoed. That's time that I would never get back. Now, not only is the really cool video idea that I had, and in this case, multiple video ideas, because I managed to make multiple videos explaining all parts of it, not only would they be trashed, right? And that is like, at the end of the day, potential money, right, that I'm losing, because those are videos that I can't make. Those are, you know, it's time, it is work, it is effort that I have now lost out on. Not only would that really suck, but now I would have to then spend additional time figuring it out again, because you know, it's not like I would want to completely lose all of that work and just give up on getting a super fast speedrun. So, like, these are the things that are going through my mind, and I'm like, I tried to set aside time to do this Cataclysm speedrun, but every single time that I was doing some work on this, I'm just thinking, what if I waste too much time? What if I keep kicking the can down the road and I don't finish this Mop Remix speedrun, and by the time I get around to it, I'm fucked, and it's been nerfed, and now I can't do it anymore. And now all of my time has been wasted. So I was trying to juggle it. I was trying to like chip away at it in bits and pieces for a little while. But there's a Windwalker monk eyeballing me. I think he might try to attack me. He's not flagged, but he's giving me the look. You can tell when they click on your character and they like circle around you. They just keep like walking around like, They also probably think I'm botting. Because, well, when you sit in one place and press one button over and over, it tends to look like you're a bot. Can't necessarily blame them. There are people who legitimately bought this, but the nice thing is bots are very obvious and very easy to detect, at least if you know what you're looking for. Usually very frantic, tab targeting, non-stop, and clicking the same button on set intervals. If they always hit Immolation Aura every 5 seconds without delay, they're a bot. There are ways to, like, get around it, right? Bots can put inherent delays in their spells and make it so it's, not super obvious that they're botting. But when they are doing that, well, they are obviously a bot. They're just a lazy bot. The best part is when you call them out on it, and then they, like, 10 minutes later, they come back, you can see that they stop doing everything, and it's the classic bot, like, 1 to 2 minute pause, where they're spamming the same button every 5 seconds over and over. Suddenly, they come back, they're not moving at all, they're doing nothing. And then they start saying, you think I'm a bot? Oh, would a bot talk like this? Oh, you're such a fucking idiot. You think I'm a bot? Oh my god. Yeah, look at me. Look at me pressing all these different buttons at random times. I'm clearly not a bot. And it's like, okay, yeah. Tell me that you didn't just come back to your computer, pause your botting program, scroll up, read the chat of people accusing you of being a bot, and then go like, oh fuck, oh my god, they're on to me. I better disprove that I'm a bot. And it is so silly. And I've literally encountered this so many times in Mop Remix. And the nice thing is, I've gotten multiple mails from Blizzard already saying, congratulations, your reports have led to the blah, 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 blah. So I know for a fact that these people are fucking bots, right? It's the most obvious shit ever. Another good one is throw a turnip in front of them and watch them auto-attack the turnip. We had a Boomkin surrounded by turnips at one point. He was just tab moonfiring all the turnips at Archerius of Flame in Timeless Isle. So it's just so fucking easy to spot. Minor tangent there. But all that to say, right, I was chipping away at the classic speedrun, but it also is really annoying doing this, and I'm gonna finish this run now that this is finally complete. I'll do 58 to 68, and then I'll do 68 to 80. The thing about this, though, is while this is undeniably the fastest way to level, and I would say if you're leveling in, like, short bursts and you don't really care about whether or not your character is done immediately, definitely do this. It is insane. Because 3 hours for the entire process, and I should note that I'm going based on /played. What you'll start noticing in these later recordings is that I just stopped refreshing the timer. Because early on, I didn't think this was going to take a very long time. But the problem with, like, resetting the timer is... maybe there's fancier timers that, like, will save your progress, whatever. But the way that I've always done it is whenever I go to record, like, a part 2, I just manually input the time that I ended the last run at, and then start the run there. And that's why, like, technically speaking, I'm going to go based on just /played by now, which unfortunately does include a lot of the time that I lost. So it really wasn't 3 hours, because there were technically, like, 45 minutes to an hour in between the different runs where I was sitting there AFK on my character while I talked to chat. I mean, you can literally go back to part 1 and see that. And that was discounting from my /played, right? But it wasn't really part of the timer. So I would say in practice, the entire process of those 5 levels was more like 2 hours-ish. And 1 entire hour of that was just 54 to 58. The very end of this recording this, I don't know exactly how I'm going to edit this yet. I'm recording this, and then I'm going to go in and do the editing. But what I'm planning on doing is just however long I talk here, I'm going to just take all the footage, speed it up, slap it there, boom, export. I'm not going to put a shit ton of effort into this because it's just a fucking nightmare. And that's kind of one of the other problems, like the whole I didn't want to have to constantly restart the timer, but also having a million different small recordings stored on my computer of, like, 1 minute, I log in, I queue, it's Sunken Temple, I leave, right? That happens so many times over the last 3 weeks that I just can't be fucking bothered. So what I think I'm going to do here is I'm not going to include the footage of when I log in, queue, it's the wrong dungeon, and then immediately leave. I'm only going to include the footage of the dungeons that I actually did. And that means that sometime, there's going to be some, like, slush time missing here. Okay, I was getting eyeballed by somebody, but they left. There's going to be some slush time, because there were a few times where I logged in, I waited in queue for 5 minutes, which is kind of another problem with this strategy, right? If you're queuing at, like, random times, because a lot of times I do this at, like, 5 in the morning, and it takes forever, you finally get into the dungeon, wrong dungeon, you leave, well, now you've just wasted 5 minutes doing absolutely nothing, and that kind of sucks. And obviously, if this was, you know, really supposed to be a good fancy speedrun, you'd be doing stuff in between the queues. And that's why if I do future speedruns of this, which I plan on doing at least a few, I've already, I should note, because I've mentioned this multiple times over the last month, but of course, I haven't really uploaded many Cataclysm leveling videos because of this, but I've talked about this in my Discord and on other streams. But I've given up on the idea of doing Cata 1 to 80 leveling guides. What I'm planning on doing is basically, I might do like a second channel quick rundown of like this is the fastest way to level, but in terms of like super fancy, well edited, like speedrun-esque guides, like I did for 80 to 85, I'm not going to do that because those videos take a really long time to do. It's really easy to just like sit here and with all of the information that I have, like I know the fastest zones generally, and I am fairly good at being able to just sit there and talk to, you know, my microphone, right? And record it. And then do basic editing, like an hour or so, just splicing clips together of just boom, boom, boom. If I like tripped over my words or something, I can just boom, cut that out, slap the clips together, put a little transition on it. That takes no time at all. It's like, the hard part is writing a script, basically trimming down everything that I say so that instead of being a 40-minute ramble, it's a 5-minute, extremely condensed, well-explained video. And cutting out useless information, cutting out like blah, 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 random shit like that, that can be a little bit challenging. And those are the things that I would want to do on my main channel. I just don't think it can be justified now. If I had had it ready for Cataclysm's launch, maybe, but the reality is I'm not even like mad at myself for that because there's just no chance that I would have been able to get that ready for Cataclysm's launch. I just wouldn't have been able to. I did not have the time. There simply wasn't enough time for everything. And I had to pick and choose. I think, given how much time is going to be required to get this done, I don't think it's bad. The nice thing, though, is a lot of this testing that I'm doing now is going to be relatively transferable into Mop Classic, which means that once Mop Classic comes out, I just need to do a little bit of additional testing, and then I can go ahead and make a Mop 1 to 85 leveling guide, and that'll be pretty nice. And I think, like, well, obviously a lot of people are excited for Cataclysm. I was too. There is definitely a much larger audience, or will be a much larger audience for Mop Classic, and it's something that I'm more personally excited for, and also the leveling in that expansion is just a lot more streamlined. Ah, crap. My inventory is actually full in Mop Remix, so now I need to go ahead and break down a lot of my random gear so that I can actually continue doing this farm. Oh, this is such a pain. But yeah, it's a long process. And in case it isn't obvious, I'm also just not going to do any editing on this. It's kind of probably not a big deal for most people watching this since you're already hours into a super long speedrun where most of what I'm doing is just rambling anyway. And as you can see, the background footage is not going to be the most interesting thing ever. I am doing the exact same thing over and over, running Blackrock Depths Detention Block, and if it's the one that I want, awesome. If not, I just leave. And it was honestly really boring. I basically spent the entire time watching Dexter on Netflix, which I recently got into, and really good show. I've had people for years tell me that it's a good show, and now I can finally watch it. Also, the stupid fucking Rep Paladin is back. They made some strange gestures, so they did a custom emote to me, probably thinking that I could read it. They don't know how emotes work. Oh boy. Fun stuff. There was a obvious bot earlier who I basically was telling to fuck off because I didn't want them botting in the same spot that I was, and they just came back to my phase, so that's fun. Ah, God. I might just need to pause this and get back to it. I didn't expect so much shit to just randomly happen as I'm doing this recording. Fun stuff. But yeah, I mean, honestly, there's not a whole lot to say. There were a few things that I wanted to talk about that I haven't gotten around to. Let me just try to remember what that was. Yeah, for starters, I guess, when I do this again, because I will do this again, and the next run will obviously be an Alliance run. Actually, yeah, that's probably a good place to start. So, initially, I said a few times that when I did the speedrun, I was going to do all of the Horde stuff first to make the 1 to 80 guide, and then I was going to make a 1 to 80 Alliance guide. Now, obviously, since the 1 to 80 guide conceptually has been scrapped, I don't really think there's any need to do that. I'm not going to just focus on one faction at a time. But more importantly, the main reason that I was initially going to do Horde is because I had no resources on Alliance. I've only ever really played Horde in Cataclysm Classic, or well, in progression classic, I guess is probably a better way to describe it now. And that's where all my gold and stuff is. However, quite recently, I actually switched servers. So a lot of my friends on retail this paladin is still eyeballing me, and it's distracting me. But a lot of my friends on retail have been playing Classic for a while, and one of them actually leads a guild. My co-tank in my retail guild leads his own Classic guild. But he was on Alliance, so, early on, he was asking a bunch of people, like, if anybody wanted to join his guild and play with him for Cata Classic. And I was like, well, I play Horde, so I don't know if I really want to take the risk and, like, transfer over. I don't know if I was going to stay in his guild or anything like that. And he also didn't have a tank spot early on. He was playing Blood DK, and he had another prop paladin. But more recently, he decided that he wanted to switch to Rogue, so he was considering finding a tank to replace him. And the guild that I had joined on Fairlina was not amazing. Relatively nice guild. I liked the GM. He was a cool guy. But their progression was really slow. I did not expect to only kill, I think we killed, 3 heroic bosses by, the second or third week. It was not good. And I was looking for something a little bit faster. There were just really stupid things happening in Raid. Again, not even the guild leader's fault. He clearly knew what he was doing. It was just that he didn't really have a great team of people to work with. So, talked to my retail friends, said, hey, did you actually need a tank? He said, sure. I transferred over. Boom. And now I'm a Worgen Blood DK on Benediction. So, honestly, I don't hate it. I haven't really done much outside of raids still. In fact, one thing that I realized that is kind of annoying is that when you swap factions, your progress on the zones completely resets. So Twilight Highlands, etc. is just wiped. So now I would need to redo the entire intro to Twilight Highlands just to get the teleport there, which is kind of a pain in the ass. I'll still have to do that at some point, but I mean, I don't want to play Alliance for Miss Pandaria. That much I can say for sure. So what I'll probably do is at the end of the expansion be like, hey, you guys should probably transfer to Horde because I don't really want to keep playing a Worgen. I'm going to eventually go back Blood Elf, but for Cataclysm, I don't really care enough to make any ultimatums. And I know for a fact that a lot of them want to switch as well. What's wrong with my mouse? For some reason, my mouse sensitivity is just randomly really fucked, which is just annoying. God, this is such a pain. This randomly fucking happens. Anyways. All that to say, right? I am going to do more Alliance speedruns, or at least one Alliance speedrun before I do more Horde speedruns soon-ish, because now all of my gold and my main character, etc., is on Benediction. And now I actually have resources to buy, consumables and all of that stuff, and okay, I'm sorry, I know that I really don't want to make this rambly, but, my mouse sensitivity randomly giving out is actually driving me up the fucking wall. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? This piece of garbage mouse. Oh my fucking god. Man, I just bought this new mouse and it's actually just constantly giving me issues. I feel like I am just the most either unlucky person when it comes to hardware, or maybe I'm just never satisfied. But it feels like every single time I buy a new computer, keyboard, etc., there's always something about it that just drives me up the wall and I can't stand it. And this is why, this time I got a slightly fancier mouse because I've been using generic, crappy $5 mouses from Amazon that keep breaking because they're just really, really, really bad. Now I finally got a better one, and this has, 1.5 million problems. And it's okay, but now if I wanted to replace this, it would cost, a shit ton more, which is the one advantage of having a $5 mouse. When it breaks, you just buy a fucking new one. Oh well, I'll just deal with it. But yeah. Sorry that this is kind of all over the place. Another part of this, right, is while I am going to finish the Horde run and finish the Alliance runs eventually, it definitely... It becomes really hard to motivate yourself to finish videos when they drag out this long. That's another reason why I am just forcing myself to get through this, and I know you might be like, if you're watching this far, oh, well, it would be nice if you did a little bit of editing on this, and I'm going to be honest, either I do this shit, where I just sit here and talk and just ramble through it and just get something out there, or this video will never get posted. Because I finished the Mop Remix speedrun about like 4 days ago at this point, and I posted it, right? So the video was finished, and the run was finished even well before that. And this, it only takes like 30 minutes to an hour to sit down and record this, but I've genuinely been like dreading getting around to it and getting around to finishing the rest of the dungeons, which I finally did the other day. Just because there's this sense of like, you get this just dread of, oh my god, this speedrun is never going to be finished, and I'm never going to be done recording this, and it's just going to be this eternal project. And a lot of times when things get like this, I just scrap it, because it becomes just a pain to even think about it. And it becomes annoying when people keep telling me, when are you going to get around to the Cataclysm speedrun? And it's like, eventually, I plan on it, I just can't help the fact that the Mop Remix thing has just kept delaying me, and it just becomes more annoying to hear about every day. And it's so tempting to just be like, I'm done with it. I'm done with it. Washing my hands. We're done. Right? It's why I've scrapped the, it's the reason why I've scrapped the leveling guides, because I don't want people to keep asking me, when's the 1 to 80 leveling guide? It's just like, no. If it happens, it's going to be like an unscripted thing like this, and I'm just going to talk. I'll probably put together like notes or something to, make my talking points a little bit easier to follow. But it's going to be something to this general degree of like unedited, mushed together explanation nonsense, where people who like watching these long form videos will still find it useful. Other people, if they don't find it useful, that sucks, but it is what it is. Because I just can't be bothered to do some of the shit when it takes way too fucking long, and I know that it's just not going to be worth my time. And I know for a fact that, like, if you're watching this and you enjoy it and you like listening to me like ramble, that's awesome. But there's really not going to be that many people watching this speedrun, so I'm just not too concerned about making it perfect. I'd rather just get it out there, get it done. That way we can move on to part 3 at some point. But even then, I mean, that's another thing. I need to get that done. But I also, like, it's more difficult to finish a speedrun when I have no investment whatsoever in the character. And when a run is this long and requires this much investment, it is so difficult to be like, oh boy, I can't wait to do the next however many levels, because I just don't give a shit about this undead warrior. I hate undead. I'm literally never going to touch this character ever once it's finished with the run, which, I mean, I did put it up to a poll, and people voted undead, so, like, I've only myself to blame for that. But I'll probably do something. I think at the very least, I will pick the race for the Alliance speedrun, and I'll let people pick the class. Because, at the very least, I want aesthetically my character to be something that I actually enjoy playing. And I don't want it to be something that I just can't stand looking at. Because when I can't even stand looking at the character, it becomes so hard to, like, convince myself to keep working on it. And if you like undead, like, more power to you, but it's just not for me. I've never understood the appeal of the race that just looks yucky. It's just, some people like it, I'm not one of them. I am a blood elf, night elf, cutesy race person. I'll be completely honest about it. Yeah, it's just, that's what I prefer. That is the aesthetic that I like, and undead have just never really worked for me. So that's rough, but I will finish it. I will get this Horde speedrun done. But the other problem is there's like a lot of other stuff that I want to do. So I guess we'll probably wrap it up with this last explanation of, before I get around to part 3, and I know it's going to be like, wait, you're just finishing part 2 now, and you're not even going to immediately continue with part 3, it's going to be another delay. I'm like, yeah, kind of sorry, but at the same time, because it did take so long, there's just a lot of other things that have backed up, because it hasn't just been the Cataclysm speedrun that I haven't been able to finish because of the Mop Remix thing, right? That has consumed all of my time, and everything else in my life that I wanted to do has been put on the back burner, which is unfortunate. But, like, right now, I'm considering trying SOD P4 again, and because those same people that I'm raiding with now in Cataclysm, a few of them are considering playing again. One of the problems is they're on fucking Alliance Lone Wolf, though, which is yuck, because, I mean, I don't mind Alliance, but, like, I if there's one thing that I've learned by playing on Crusader Strike, it's that I hate playing PvP servers in Classic because there's so many things where people can just grief the shit out of you, and it is a massive pain in the ass. And also, from what I've heard, Lone Wolf is like fairly horde slanted, so I'm pretty sure that if I just played there, I'd just get camped. And that just doesn't really sound like a fun time. So, I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll see. It would be ideal if there were like server transfers, but there aren't. So it's basically I either play on that server and play with my friends, or I reroll somebody somewhere else and play alone, which, I mean, I wouldn't like that either. At that point, I just wouldn't play SOD. It's nice because I was going to reroll anyway, because I've said this a lot in the past, but I think Warlock in SOD is dog shit. I'm so tired of playing it. It was just not a fun experience. And if I play SOD P4, I had decided a while ago that it was going to be as a rogue tank. And that decision was only solidified after I saw the P4 stuff. Rogue finally getting solid AoE options and like an interesting tier set and stuff like that has made me a little bit interested in playing it. Rogue is probably historically one of my least played classes in all of WoW. So, this Boomkin's giving me the eyes. He's weak though. He tries to attack me, he's just going to die. No, he's teleporting away. Alright. But yeah, I've always wanted to try Rogue, so the idea that it now is a tank spec and it would be like a way for me to play Rogue in Classic, but like still tank and still do the thing that I enjoy, which will and has always been tanking. I thought it would be fun to try out. It's just that it has been kind of dog water for like the longest time. It's okay in Sunken Temple from what I've seen. It's not like bad, but it's still just weaker than other options. But Rogue Tank in P4 looks like genuinely good, and a lot of its glaring weaknesses are shored up, at least partially. So, while I don't necessarily know if it's going to be overpowered, and I don't really care if it's overpowered or not, I was mostly just waiting for it to feel complete to play. Because most people that I've seen so far have just said that Rogue Tank is kind of fun, but it just feels really janky. And now, I need water. Starting to get a sore throat by talking this much. But now, at the very least, it seems rather complete. So I think it's a good time to try it out. I'm also curious how Rogue feels to level, because I never really worked on leveling mine. But we'll see. We'll see. I definitely want to do that at some point, and I'll probably try that, I don't know, like over the weekends. I put up a poll on my Discord on like what I should stream. It wasn't like one of those definitive polls of, hey, pick what I'm going to play like I did for this speedrun. It was kind of, this is what I'm feeling. Tell me what you would want to see. And SOD did not get a lot of votes, so still want to do that, but I'll probably just do it on my own time. I'm also probably not going to record it, because I know that some people say, oh, I'd love to just watch you play with like silent gameplay, but I don't want to post that. I don't want to post me playing with silent gameplay. So I'm just going to do that on my own free time, and then I'll post it when it's ready. Yeah, nothing too crazy. And as far as other stuff goes, I in that poll, the other options were obviously Cataclysm Classic, but then I decided against it. I thought about like starting the Alliance run early, but then like as that poll was going, when I was considering of starting the Alliance run early, is when I got the final 1 hour segment of this, where I basically, after weeks of trying, I finally queued into like the perfect detention block thing. I got a level 48 player, and we just spammed queues until I was 58. It just worked out well. So at that point, I'm like, well, shit, now I can actually finish making the Cataclysm video at some point. So I'd rather just do that and then get around to finishing the Horde run before I start anything new. Which means that the only other two options is people still want to see War Within Beta, except I realized after thinking about it that I don't really want to stream War Within Beta, because I've been kind of burnt out on raid testing, because Blizzard has been really fucking me over with the raid testing times, and that's just made me not really want to play it a lot right now. And also, I don't know why, but like the first War Within Beta stream just like didn't do very well. it did like okay. It was like an average stream performance for the first time that I was doing a leveling run in the War Within, which I'm gonna be honest, I thought would do a lot better. And it has kind of surprised me that like Cataclysm Classic stuff has just been performing better than War Within beta stuff, which is not usually the case. So at this point, it's like, if I don't really have any personal interest in testing War Within, and that's another thing, like, I'm going to make my leveling guide eventually, but the problem with doing early beta testing like this is Blizzard always does tuning changes later on, and if I do early testing to figure out, like, what are the most efficient side quests, then all of that gets thrown out the window, and I have to do it all over again. So there is no benefit to me. So, like, if there's no benefit to me, if I don't personally enjoy doing it, and it's not getting, like, enough views, why would I bother? So I just didn't really feel like it. Which leaves Final Fantasy XIV, because in order to finish this mop remix thing, I had to miss Dawn Trail's launch. And initially, I was like, fuck it, I guess I'm just not playing FF14. That sucks. I was looking forward to it. And then I kind of thought to myself, like, why the fuck should I have to miss the expansion launch? Like, I just finished this speedrun, you know, let me treat myself, right? I'll play something that I've been wanting to play for a while, and then considering enough people expressed interest in watching me play that, even though I'm not fully caught up, I was like, all right, sure. So this weekend, basically in 2 hours-ish after the time of me recording this, I'm going to stream Final Fantasy. If you're watching this part of the video, obviously you will not be watching the Final Fantasy stream when it's live, but at some point I'll probably post the recording onto my third channel, which is aptly named Haraldin's Stream Archive. I decided to post this one in the second channel because I think it's, like, interesting enough, the whole continuation of the Cataclysm speedrun, that enough people would want to watch it, that it's probably second channel material, not third channel material. But I think for Final Fantasy stuff, that I don't really want to cross wires. I'd rather keep that contained on just stream recording stuff. But who knows? I have made Final Fantasy videos in the past. They did okay back at an Endwalker launch. Does suck missing the launch. A launch of an expansion is always the most fun, so I am kind of a little bit bummed that I missed it, and that's one of the reasons why I consider just not playing it at all. But I figure better late than never. I'd rather, like, actually try it out, actually get to experience it before it's, like, completely old news than just, like, well, experience it, like, a year from now after everybody's already seen it. And I have been meaning to get around to finishing the rest of the MSQ at some point anyway. I don't know. It's, I just wish that this whole mop remix thing hadn't taken so much free time. I'm glad that we got it done. It has been just like a thorn in my side. And there's like this sense of, it's like I finally finished it, but now what? And I have so many other things that I could focus on, and I don't know. I genuinely haven't done something for myself in, like, such a long time. Like, the last time recently that I played something that I really wanted to play and didn't feel like I was doing as part of this job is, I played Total War Warhammer 3, like, 6 months ago, and I played, like, a Chaos Dwarfs campaign. That was, like, one weekend where I had nothing going on, so I played that, and then I had to get back to doing, like, a Mirjasol raid testing, or whatever the fuck was going on at that time. I don't remember. I think it was a Mirjasol raid testing. Probably also Season of Discovery shit. So it's just been a lot. It's just been a lot. One of the other nice things about, like, I'm kind of treating SOD as a little bit of a break, too, because I've been doing reading on, like, the SOD P4 changes, but I'm still going in partially blind, and I don't really plan on making videos for SOD, which is kind of like the thing. I'm going in with the mindset of, like, I am playing SOD for fun. I have no intention of covering it. If I find something really broken or really interesting or whatever, I might cover it. If I really get into Rogue Tank, I might make a Rogue Tank guide on my second channel. I don't know. But I am not going in with the expectation of making videos. If I stumble upon something cool, I do not feel... I'm not going to force myself to have, like, the compulsion of, you need to make videos on this. Because a lot of times I kind of ruin things for myself of, like, I need to make content about this. And then, you know, it just... I instead of doing things that I think are fun, I just do things that I think I can make videos on. And even if it does well, it still just makes my experience a whole heck of a lot less enjoyable. Which sucks. I like this speedrun. Kind of like the speedrun. I went in thinking like, well, hey, let's find a cool method to level up to 70 or to 80, I mean, and next thing I know, I'm spamming the same dungeon over 3 weeks, and like, while it is fast, I don't want to do this again just because like this is just like the least fun speedrun that I've ever had to record. I just don't really have any interest in doing that. So I'll do something different for the Alliance run. I'll probably queue up for dungeons if I get this cool. Otherwise, I'll just find a different leveling method. I'll do quests or something. I don't know. We'll see. What else? God, I can't think of anything else to talk about. It's just been like all I can think about is Mop Remix, and like frankly, I don't even know why I'm still grinding these threads right now. I had this really stupid idea. This is the first time that I've actually like put it into words anywhere, but you know, here goes, right? I wanted to get the world record speedrun druid up to like max item level gear. I wanted to get double speed on every piece of gear and then put full speed gems in my druid's gear. It's so stupid. It's just a stupid flex to be like, haha, speed on the world record character. And like I just had that idea and I've been like chipping away at it. But like realistically speaking, it's almost just because I've been doing nothing but Mop Remix for the last like week or two, and all I know, it feels like my brain has just been rewired. And whenever I'm not playing Mop Remix, it like I don't want to play Mop Remix, but I feel like I should be playing Mop Remix, even though the speedrun's done. I finished it all, and like I kind of thought of this stupid druid thing and just went with it because like, yeah, might as well. But like in hindsight, like why? It's such a dumb idea. At this point, I already have like 2/3 speed gear. I might as well finish it just to like commit to the bit. But it's like I feel like this. I'm generally fairly resistant to like, how do I put this? Like addiction stuff, I think. I'm not necessarily saying I'm addicted to Mop Remix, but like that's kind of how it feels when people describe addictions, and it like just feels like you have to do this. And like I'm not even having fun playing this. I haven't been having fun, but it's like because I've literally been forcing myself to play it, right? I've been forcing myself to do this speedrun, and I've been pretty open about the fact that I've never really enjoyed Mop Remix. I found it to be kind of an unfun mode from the start, but because I forced myself to grind this and forced myself to optimize it for the speedrun, which I should note, I don't regret that part. I'm glad that we got the speedrun done, but I've like made it such a routine to do Mop Remix dailies and stuff. It's such a weird feeling. It feels like my brain is being rewired, and it feels weird being able to like process that. And like I'm self-aware enough to recognize that I have this like tug pulling me to keep doing daily Mop Remix shit, but I'm not like strong enough to resist that tug because here I am farming fucking threads on my druid. I guess in this case it's either do this or literally stare at a wall, so I don't really care that much. But I mean, I've still been doing dailies just to get this character done. I don't know. It just feels like I can't stop playing this stupid game mode. It also just sucks because every single time I make like a new video on this crap, it gets nerfed, which is another thing that makes me feel like I need to keep updating it. Like I just made the Heart of Fear reset guide yesterday and Blizzard fucking nerfs it. And then that makes me feel like, well, shit, now I need to make another video on that shit. But at a certain point, I think it's just like, no, stop. It's kind of what I said earlier in the video about, you know, I have like another method of breaking out of Pandaria. It's like, well, do I cover that? Do I make a video on that? Like there's this thread farming strategy. Do I make a video on what I'm doing right now? I mean, like I could, but then what then? But Blizzard's just gonna fucking nerf it. So I just, at a certain point, I feel like I just need to wash my hands of Mop Remix entirely, and I keep telling myself that I'm gonna do that, and this is the last Mop Remix video I'm gonna make, and it's just, I don't know. It's a weird feeling, I guess. To a certain extent, like, this always is a job, right? A lot of people are like, oh, I wish I could make YouTube videos, and I wish I could just play World of Warcraft and, like, play video games for a living, but, like, it's really not that simple. It's not. And Well, there is always some of that element of, you know, having to do things that you don't necessarily enjoy. Like, I don't enjoy sitting here and, um, you know, grinding mop remix shit to make the speed run. It's, you know, there are certain things that I don't hate. Like, I guess, bad analogy, because I genuinely don't enjoy playing mop remix, I did just say. But, like, for instance, the Cataclysm Classic stuff. Do I necessarily want to sit there for 24 hours or however long this thing's going to take and record myself leveling up a character? Not really. It's not the most fun thing in the world. Like, I don't hate leveling, but recording yourself for 24 hours and having to think of like 24 hours worth of stuff to say to fill that time, it is genuinely exhausting. It is really, really, really taxing. And you're not playing for fun, right? You're playing to entertain, and you're playing to, in my case, test and optimize and figure out what the fastest way to level is. So I can't just like shut my brain off and just like press buttons. I have to spend the entire time looking at things analytically and thinking, is this an efficient way of leveling? Are there different zones that I could go to or methods that I could use to level up faster? And it kind of sucks a lot of the joy out of the leveling process. And it's necessary, but like admittedly, I don't hate playing Cataclysm. Like, I do enjoy leveling a Prot Warrior. It's fun enough. It's definitely more fun than Mop Remix, right? But yeah, and there are a lot of like some PTR testing is kind of boring. You know, when you're sitting there testing random shit, like Forbidden Reach testing was really boring. Amirdrasul, like, or Emerald Dream testing was pretty fucking boring. Emerald Dream is just a really unfun zone, so having to test that for like my reputation guide, that I just genuinely don't enjoy. You're literally just fucking grinding world quests on your own and stuff like that. But one of the other nice things about that stuff is, like, at the very least, a lot of times when I'm doing that, like, offline PTR testing, I can watch something on Netflix. So I'm kind of multitasking. I'm watching something entertaining while I'm doing this mindless grinding. Makes it a little bit more bearable. But the mop remix stuff, I don't know, this is one of the few times when I've genuinely just felt like, how do I even, it's so hard to even put it into words, genuinely just felt like my soul is dying, is probably like a very extra but accurate way to put it. Of, I just feel dead inside half the time when I play this game mode. I'm not having fun at all. It's like, I'm glad that there are some people out there who are enjoying Mop Remix, but it is genuinely, it has been one of the most draining, soul-crushing experiences of my entire life, of just how boring and like half-baked this entire game mode is. And it does surprise me that to some people, mindlessly grinding cosmetics for hours a day is like genuinely fun content to them. Like, there are people who are actually having fun, and it's like, holy shit, this game has just basically, I feel like my brain is rotting every time I play Mop Remix. And the only joy that I've gotten out of this is planning the speedrun. But even then, it's joy, but like a lot of stress on top of that. Because, like, yeah, it's cool theory crafting these crazy routes, but at the same time, it's a lot of headache trying to like figure this stuff out and make sure that everybody learns it. And basically, I just don't ever want to do this stuff again. And, you know, the other thing is I have to keep dealing with people asking me, oh, if they ever make another expansion remix, which one do you hope it would be? And it's like, wow, I really do not fucking care at all. You could not have asked a worse person, because I would rather they just don't ever do this again. Or if they do, at least put some fucking effort in. Like, I'd rather they just let me transition, or I wish they'd let me play Classic, right? And just get my cosmetics in Classic, playing a fun game mode, where it's like the actual version of that game, instead of this half-baked fucking proc-based trash. Oh, I'm making myself angry. I am angry, but like, talking about it, I'm just working myself up. I know I've been like rather pessimistic this entire recording, and I apologize for that. It's a very difficult experience, this whole thing. And I've just been in a weird spot lately. And I one of the reasons I don't mind conveying that is because I kind of wanted to use this time to basically express to you why this run has taken so long and why I've been basically MIA for 3 weeks and why it probably still will take me a little while. And it's a very difficult thing to communicate because it is like, it's almost entirely internal. It's kind of a mental battle that I'm dealing with myself, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. Depression is probably the wrong word for it because I have genuinely felt depressed before, and this isn't it. It's a weird feeling. It's like I'm not sad, but like just something in my head feels off, and just nothing seems fun. And every time I think of doing something, it just feels yucky. I guess like burnout is maybe a good way to describe it. Yeah, actually, I think that's probably a good way to say it. Just burnt out on doing all this testing and shit. I just want to do something that I want to do because I've just genuinely been nonstop testing. And it's not like there are certain things that I just can't get around. Like raid testing has just been a massive pain in my ass with Blizzard like dropping it on me last second. And I just have to scramble to like organize a testing group. And that I'm going to have to do no matter what because it's at very set times. I can't do it whenever I feel like it. A lot of people are counting on me for that. So I need to do it. And I need to do it now because I'm going to have to make like a raid guide in 3 months or something. Actually, 2 months. In 2 months, I'm going to have to use this testing footage to make a Nurubar Palace raid guide. If I don't do this now, I'll be fucked later on. And I can't leave myself, my future self out to dry. So I have to do that stuff. I have to do raiding in Cataclysm and retail because, well, that I actually do enjoy, but I also have people counting on me, so it's not like I can just take a break as the tank, right? I have to show up every single day, even if it is farm, right? And I'm going to have to do War Within prep, because no matter how you slice it, retail leveling guides are my bread and butter. And that's something that I will be forced to do, and I will be forced to continue doing testing for that. And effectively, that means that I have multiple other side projects that I could work on, and while I do want to test Cataclysm leveling, when I really take a step back and look at it, it's just not that important for me. And it's not something that I enjoy enough to justify doing on my own time, because I don't need to level any characters in Cataclysm. I have my Blood Decay. If I wanted to, I'd level my Paladin from 80 to 85 if I really wanted to play that. And frankly, if I wanted to level a warrior, it certainly wouldn't be an undead. So I'd probably first race change it before doing anything else. And I do have an old warrior that I played in 2019 Classic. I can just level that up, right? So nothing about this I'm doing because I want to. I'm doing it because I have to. And out of the things that I feel like I have to do, it's kind of a depressing thing where out of the things that I have to do, this is probably the one that I still enjoy the most. Like I enjoy this more than War Within testing, and I enjoy this more than like raid testing and mop remix and shit like that. It's still somewhat fun, but it's also the least important. And because I don't genuinely enjoy it, it has to hit the cutting room floor. If that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make sense. And if so, I'm sorry. I'm too exhausted to try and break it down. Fun stuff. But anyways, I think I've talked for long enough. You'll see that I assume at this point I'm close to hitting level 58. And despite the fact that some of the mobs turn gray at this point, this is still just going to be the best way to level. Like, without a doubt. Just because, I mean, the end of dungeon bonus XP is just way too good. There is just no way that this is beaten by anything else. Definitely do this if you really want to level efficiently and you don't care about doing it over a long period of time, but replicating this in an actual speedrun is going to be a fucking nightmare. So I forget exactly how mop dungeons work, but I have a feeling that this won't be doable in Mists of Pandaria, and good riddance, because when I finally get around to doing like actual optimized fancy speedruns, which at this point, like I said, probably won't be until Mop Classic, I'll do like 1 or 2 more in Cataclysm Classic. I'll finish this run. I'll do the Alliance run. I might do 1 additional Horde run just to see. But once I'm done with that stuff, and I have enough to at least throw together a basic leveling route for you guys to use, I don't really want to continue doing speedruns for this, just because I have nothing to really work towards. We'll see, though. I mean, if people really do enjoy watching this, I'm not sure why, but I will say part 1 of this Cataclysm speedrun did get a lot of views. So, I will be completely honest. If people still really want to see it, I will do it. But I have a feeling that once War Within gets closer to release, people will probably prefer to watch War Within speedruns instead of Cataclysm speedruns, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've completely misjudged it. Maybe there is really a market for Cataclysm leveling speedruns that I have just completely overlooked. And if so, cool. Maybe we'll do more. But until then, remains to be seen. Anyways, I'm going to end this recording. I'm going to get all of this shit thrown together, stop mindlessly grinding the spot in Mop Remix, and then eventually play Final Fantasy, which I'm hoping I will have fun doing. Thanks for watching. Sorry that the speedrun was such a mess. Sorry that I was a bit of a downer in this 1 hour recording at the end here, but I hope you can understand all things considered. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in part 3. Whenever I do part 3, it'll be announced either on my main channel or in my Discord. It'll always be announced in my Discord. I'll probably announce it on my main channel too. We'll see. But stay tuned for that. Peace.